Aloha kako, mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Commissioner Ornelas.
E pule kako. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day. We thank you for the opportunity that we have to gather together as family, friends, department, beneficiaries, staff, to do the work. We thank you so much for the health and strength that each of us are afforded today and each day. We ask thee for clear minds and hearts. We ask thee for the ability to communicate one with another with the utmost respect and aloha. We ask that each person here and whoever's watching, that they may be protected today. We acknowledge thy hand in all things and ask thee for a productive day today. In the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Okay, the meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at Haleponui 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu 96707. Polly Watson, Chairman of the Commission. Today's date is Tuesday, July 28, 2026. The time is 9:40 a.m. Leah, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Alapai.
Aye.
Commissioner Ame.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaniafu is excused. Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfield. Commissioner Ornelas. And Chair Watson.
Here.
8 members present. We have a quorum.
Okay, we'll begin this morning with a public testimony, then carrying over items followed by the J agenda. And then the commission will recess for lunch, and contested case hearings will start at 12 noon. If there are any remaining J agenda items, the commission will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. to finish. Okay.
Testimony.
Okay, we'll start with C3 for information on the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program Update. Jen?
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I'm Jaron, the Broadband Program Administrator, and with me I have Peyton Higa. He's our Broadband Outreach Specialist. I apologize for the correction on the screen. It should be item C3, not C2. But this is going to go over a quick update of the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. Slide. Okay, so just a quick recap. Basically, we had some growth in maturation for our program from 2022 to 2026. Originally, we were a grant planning and administration program. You know, we were doing broadband feasibility studies, initial digital equity initiatives, and in community engagement. It's now transformed and matured into something for statewide broadband infrastructure deployment, environmental compliance, procurement, and digital opportunity and workforce development. Slide. So this is just an overview of our funding. We have 3 different types of funding that we currently manage. We have a TBCP NOFO 1, which is $17 million, which we have a spend date of December 2026. Those projects consist of computers for charter schools, some telehealth projects, some digital mapping, and some solar charging stations for various libraries that are close to our homelands, and an infrastructure feasibility study. Currently, we also have the Tribal Broadband Connectivity 2 program, NOFO 2. That's approximately $72.7 million. This one is the biggest award that we have. Currently, we are that award builds out fiber to existing homes, provides low Earth orbit satellite solutions to extremely rural areas, new developments, conduit builds, building some community digital innovation centers or community centers, and some digital equity / workforce development initiatives. We also have the CPF funds, which is COVID-19 capital project funds. That totaled about 187,000. And we use that to help build out our 2.5 gigahertz spectrum on Kahiki Nui. Slide. So this is just going to be a quick overview of the first round of funding. So this is the breakdown of what all of the money went to for the first round of funding, which is the $17 million. Slide. This is kind of a brief snapshot of what's going on. So for our charter schools, we had 11 charter schools, 10 out of the 11 MOAs have been finalized. And we're looking at a kickoff event between August 3rd and August 7th for Kauai Hona. We have some solar charging stations, which is 7 stations, 6 on Hawaii State Public Library land and 1 on the Molokai District Office. We did the procurement and now we're just going through the environmental assessment. We have a maternal telehealth initiative. Current statistics on that is 729 Native Hawaiian beneficiaries have been served through the telehealth ultrasound / telegenetic counseling. Another telehealth initiative that we have is just called Native Hawaiian Telehealth. We have 272 patients enrolled, 66 DHHL residents, and the communities that we're really serving are Nanakuli, Kapolei, Ewa, Waipahu, Mililani, Waimea, Waikoloa, Hawaii, Honoka'a, and Pauilo. We're currently working with UH to expand these things past the December 2026 expiration date of our money. So we're in current talks with them. We also have a digital mapping tool that we've acquired. It's called UCLA. So if you go to the next slide. So this is an example of the dashboard that we currently have access to. So we use this for crowdsourcing data. We try to have people on the homesteads take speed tests so that we can see the average and median speeds for download, uploads, latency, and jitter throughout the Hawaiian homesteads. This is important for us because this helps guide my infrastructure builds throughout the homelands, especially in existing areas. The more people that take the speed test, the more we can see the quality of broadband service that's available in that area. This data set also not only tracks terrestrial deployment or fiber, but also wireless. So if you take it on your phone and you're connected to your cell network, I will be able to see a heat map of what providers are in that area and how well their service is. So again, that helps us really figure out our build outs and make more efficient planning when we're going into the homesteads. So we are going through a rescope for our notice of funding 1, which is a $17 million. It was approved as of July 15th. And so our next steps is that we're going to be going through a NOFO 2 rebudget so we can adjust some stuff. And then we also need to do some sub-awardee registration. We did go through a desk review, which is an audit from the NTIA, which is the National Telecommunication Information Agency, and we did pass. We were in compliance with everything, and we were above board on everything. So this is the second round of funding. This is going to be the $72 million that was awarded back in December of 2023. This is just a cost breakdown. As you can see here, we have 2 different types of projects that are in this program. We have an infrastructure budget and we have a use and adoption budget. So the infrastructure budget totals to around $66 million. That is meant to build fiber to existing homelands, help build conduits and boxes for new developments, low Earth orbit satellite solutions, and community anchor institutions or community centers. The other about $6 million is the use and adoption side. That is our workforce development portion that we're currently working on. We've secured a contractor called Ulu High Tech, and in the last 2 weeks, we've approved a curriculum that we will basically cover basic digital literacy skills and off-ramp people into certain sectors of the broadband workforce in Hawaii. So this is another breakdown of like where the money is going by island. And then this is our NOFO 2 NEPA clearance. Per federal law, we are required to clear the National Environmental Protection Act and Section 106 for any ground disturbing activity. So all of our infrastructure projects, we are required to do this. So this is kind of our current status of where we're at on this. We did get 2 approved, Hanapepe and Waimea Nui. Right now, we do have a meeting today to kind of go over all of these outstanding items with NTIA and our contractor. So another thing is we have this 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. So back in 2019 or 2020, the department participated in an auction with the FCC to acquire the 2.5 gigahertz spectrum licensing. Currently, we are trying to utilize these frequencies. They're mostly on rural areas, specifically Molokai, Kauai, Maui, East Hawaii, and West Hawaii. Unfortunately, Oahu was not considered a rural area at the time for that auction, but we do have these other frequencies. Our current focus is Molokai. We had a site visit in June of 2026 with a contractor named Beamlink. So we're trying to figure out how we can utilize this frequency to extend it to the water meters so we can have better and more efficient water meter readings on Molokai. So this is just the license numbers and then the build out dates. I do apologize. The first build out dates is kind of, the dates are a little weird. The FCC did change them, but the Molokai and Kauai frequencies actually got pushed up to the end of this year. 2026 is when we're supposed to be utilizing them. So what that means is that if we are not utilizing the frequencies by the end build dates, they will go back to the FCC and be put out for auction again. But if we do use them, we would have them in perpetuity. So we are currently trying to actively, in a sense, save these licenses. So one of the big things that happened over the next two months was the additional federal funding opportunities. So the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program, they came out with a round 3. Since DHHL was earmarked in the first and second rounds of funding, we can only apply for the $6,000 that is remaining in our earmark. Doing a cost analysis on our end, $6,000 isn't really worth us pursuing because it would take me more time and resources to apply for $6,000. The Native Entities Grant Program is another one that came out. DHHL is eligible to apply for this. However, the priority for awarding this one, according to the feds, is people that have not received any tribal broadband connectivity program money. Another thing that I do want to caveat is that there is a lot of overlap between our current projects and what this Native Entities Grant Program has. And if we encourage people to talk to us first before they apply. The reason being is we are federally mandated to deconflict with this money. So if there is a entity that does pursue this and gets it, we would have to make a choice on whether to pull out all of our money or not. So please talk to us. It's one of those things where it is money on the table, but there is a lot of caveat with this money that we would like to help walk people through. So we are looking at whether or not it's worth us applying for on our side. Again, doing our benefit cost analysis, we're looking at, there's a lot of overlap, and according to the workshop that they had, it was at most $2.5 million that would be awarded to per entity. So we're trying to figure out whether or not what programs overlap with this and whether or not it's actually feasible for us to pursue. So these are just some next steps. I know it's a lot, but in a nutshell, we're just trying to initiate a rebudget to make sure our line items are in accordance to our expenditures, so we pass our desktop reviews. And we're trying to get our TBCP1 projects off the ground and spent by December of 2026. Yeah, are there any questions?
Any question?
Madam Chair.
What, Commissioner Kaliki?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick questions. So in our assessment, does it look like we're going to be able to use up all the funds by the deadline?
Yeah, so we are. Iselin has actually been spearheading that, and she's been working tirelessly to get all that expenditures done.
Okay, that's good news. I was looking through East Hawaii,
Mhm.
and I wanted to confirm with you, is there any work that's planned for the East Hawaii Division Office?
The district office.
Yes.
Yeah, so currently we're working with LMD and LDD on that expansion.
Okay.
We're trying to figure out what is an allowable cost on that for us, and we're actively trying to figure out how we can assist them in that expansion.
When was the last time you've been to the district office in East Hawaii?
2 months ago.
How is the connectivity there, in your opinion?
So it's good. We do have some just interesting things going on. I think the routing is a little bit weird, but that's pretty much it. But other than that, their connection is pretty good. Their wireless connection is kind of weird. Their cell phone.
Yeah. No, I know you have to step outside to make calls. So hopefully we get some improvements there, and Keaukaha.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
Then
Commissioner Ornelas?
NEPA clearance,
Yes.
like specifically for the Keikoa project? What's the timeline on that?
I believe we just submitted the Section 7 and we submitted it to NTIA, and we're actually going to get an update on it today in like 10 minutes. But we got some feedback from NTIA, just some changes, but I can't really give you a good time frame on the NEPA clearance, because the way that it's been going is that it's a case-by-case basis on the review on the federal level. So at best, I would think that it's 3 months at the minimum.
Mahalo.
Any other questions? Commissioner?
Chair, yeah.
Lucas,
Jaren,
sir.
you were mentioning the licensing for the, and if you don't use them by a certain time, then you have to reapply for that licensing again?
So we wouldn't reapply for it. My understanding, when talking to the FCC, is that it would actually just go back to the FCC, and the FCC would figure out what to do with it, either re-auction it or keep it in their bank until they feel that they want to reissue it.
So is that going to be a problem for the department?
We're hoping that it's not. We are trying to figure out what we can do to do a license saver to keep these things. During our visit on Molokai back in June, we did a spectrum analysis to see how much room we actually have on these frequencies. And initially, I didn't think it was a lot, and the people that I've talked to didn't think it was a lot, but in our channels, we actually have a lot of space. Specifically for Molokai, we have the opportunity to push about 1 gig of data through this frequency, which is a lot for a wireless network. So we're gonna try and see what we can do to kind of save this license and preserve it so we can keep these the future-proof Hawaiian homelands in a sense.
So would it be beneficial for us to share it with another entity?
So we did approach some carriers. There was some interest in it. But those conversations kind of fell short. So we're at this point, we're just trying to figure out how we can just save the license and buy us some more time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jared, I'm kind of wondering about that. You know, you mentioned you approached some carriers, and I'm just kind of wondering if you know, that's something maybe the Indian tribes have taken advantage of and how they've approached use. I mean, I'm assuming it's especially if our beneficiaries can take advantage of the license and use it, and selling you know, this data availability, and it's a product. Now, maybe you can kind of expand on that. What has the tribal participants done in that particular area?
Yeah, so it depends on which native entity you talk to. So there's some tribes that are in California. They did a point-to-point link and they connected 2 buildings. Some other tribes in the Midwest, I believe they already had their own internet service provider, so they started offering mobile service to their reservation. Majority of the tribes are having a little bit of trouble with this because of the interference. Where we're located on the spectrum, we're like smack dab in the middle of a very large national carrier. So when it comes to interference, it gets really, we have to be careful because FCC fines aren't light. They take spectrum, keeping in your spectrum very seriously. So yeah, that's the one problem that we've been running into. But most tribes have figured out how to do a point-to-point link is what it's called. So connecting 2 buildings or folding their ISP into a mobile carrier and pushing out service that way.
Has there been some interest expressed by some of our beneficiaries to get in the business?
Yeah, there actually has been. We actually did get, we started having conversations with some people on the Big Island. And we're trying to figure out where they're at and their capacity, and we're trying to figure out how we can partner with them to try and get this frequency utilized. The Big Island ones, the Big Island frequencies, we do have a little bit more lead time. So I will admit that it hasn't been one of the biggest priorities. We are still working on it, but it's just not the priority for these frequencies. I'm trying to save the Molokai and Kauai frequencies right now.
Okay, yeah, I think if we can, you know, help the beneficiaries get into a business that might provide some income. I'm assuming that this is most appropriate and viable in rural areas where there's very minimal service.
Yeah,
That's where they'd have a market to sell to non-Hawaiians
yeah,
for a profitable venture.
yes,
So
that's correct.
yeah, let's kind of see what we can do in helping facilitate that. Any other questions? If not, okay, thank you, Jerry.
Thank you.
D17. Okay, the next agenda item is D17, authorization to approve and execute MOA between the state and Hawaii Community Lending for affordable home ownership gap financing. Juan Garcia and
Good morning, Commissioners. Again, for the record, my name is Juan Garcia. I'm the Homestead Services Division Administrator, and here with me is Kui Meyer, the Loan Services Branch Manager, who will be presenting item D17 as it pertains to a proposed MOA between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Hawaii Community Lending. With that, I'll hand it off to Kui.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Yes, I'm Kui Meyer, Loan Services Branch Manager, recommending motion to approve a memorandum of agreement between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Hawaii Community Lending for the purpose of facilitating affordable homeownership gap financing to DHHL lessee. We'd also like to request to delegate to the chairman the authority to execute the MOA. And I wanted to highlight some things regarding it. DHHL currently guarantees certain first mortgage loans, but many beneficiaries require additional financing beyond the amount supported by that DHHL guaranteed first mortgage. HCL has established partnerships with philanthropic organizations and foundations and a willingness to create a loan guarantee pool to ensure second mortgage financing to DHHL lessees. Improved access to affordable gap financing in the form of an insured second mortgage will enable more beneficiaries to become homeowners, thereby decreasing the wait list. I'd like to note that DHHL will not guarantee any second mortgage loan, and DHHL is not liable for the repayment of any of these second mortgage loans. We humbly request approval of this submittal as presented.
Any questions, commissioners?
We have one, Chair.
Commissioner
Is it
Ornelas?
For new loans, or is this, would this help us with our delinquency rate?
This would not be for the delinquency rate. This is not a standalone second. This is more
not
for
standalone.
yeah,
Okay.
like a HELOC.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, to fill the gap.
Question? Okay. For veterans, getting
VA
this
financing,
land, you guys are going through the Veterans Affairs
correct.
and taking their account? Is that what that is happening?
No, so for veterans, as long as the lessee is a veteran, they can apply through the Veterans Administration, and that one is 100% financing. So this would be more for filling in that gap in between if the purchase price is above what that amount would be.
Oh, okay. Because I did get one through the veterans because I couldn't get one through the bank for Hawaiian Homelands. They wouldn't let me. So it was a good notice that I found out that you can get a VA direct loan
Yes.
straight through the VA
Yes,
and not worry about going through a bank. So that helped me in building my house for Hawaiian Homes.
correct, yeah.
So that's why I'm asking that question. So, okay, thank you.
Commissioner May?
Hello, Kui.
Aloha.
You mentioned the department's not liable for the guarantee on the second mortgage.
Yeah.
Who is actually liable if the beneficiary defaults?
It's under private mortgage insurance, yeah.
And how is the premium for the private mortgage insurance paid for?
I don't believe there is one. Actually, Jeff is on the phone with us. We have Jeff Gilbreth with Hawaii Community Lending.
Hi, Commissioner. And yeah, there is no premium. We've established this product really to address the affordability issue. So this is built with philanthropic dollars and hopefully some public and private capital that'll come to play once we get if the commission approves the MOA.
Malo.
It's great stuff.
Yeah, that's good.
Jeff, how much funding are we looking at being made available with this approval?
So Kali, I think there's an appetite from the counties to come and be a part of this. Also talking with the state HHFDC, perhaps you guys, but the main thing that I have heard, Kali, to get these dollars mobilized, whatever the amount is, I need something in writing that says we can do these things. We've got dedicated about $2 million of our own capital in this. That's not much. But once we get this in place, I think this is something you and I can take around, shop around to the counties, the state, as well, and philanthropic organizations, because they all see this need. It's pretty clear that construction costs are high, interest rates are up, and families can qualify for mortgages, but they just can't qualify for enough to address to get to the purchase. So I know that's not a real answer for you, brother, but getting this MOA first will position us to raise money, just like we did with the 35 million with our first mortgage program.
All right. Okay. Any other questions? Let's see.
Just to add and more of a comment, the MOA does provide for that affordability, but it also provides for the second mortgage to be used for secondary dwelling unit. But based on what Jeff has stated with the current limited available funds, I trust that HCL will target more of the affordability rather than the second dwelling at this point.
Yeah, you're right, Juan. I would say getting this MOA in place and getting capital mobilized is really important for the gap financing. But you're right, Juan. This is a tool that can unlock secondary dwelling unit construction, no doubt. And that actually will be an easier sell to get debt capital raised, because at that point we would be collecting a monthly payment. With the current gap financing model, like I submitted my testimony to folks, it's 0% interest. We're not collecting any payment until the resale occurs. So as long as the beneficiary lives in the property, that it's essentially a subsidy that sits with the property.
Kui, have you noticed a big need for this supplement?
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wanna
the prices have gone, the prices are a lot higher. They're, when you compare Ku'uluka'i now to Kanehili, the prices have doubled. And the affordability gap is huge. So that place of just filling that for the down payment assistance is a big piece that's needed. That's a big obstacle for first-time home buyers, is to be able to have that down payment. We try to get down payment assistance, but if they can get this second mortgage in line, that will help the lessees, help them become homeowners.
Yeah.
And if I may, Kali, we did an analysis of 162 beneficiaries on Maui. 91% of them needed some kind of gap financing in Pu'uhona at Pu'uhona prices. The average gap was about $270,000 for those beneficiaries.
Okay, so that would be more the turnkey participants.
Turnkey.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair. So,
Commissioner.
for typically, I think the minimum down payment would be FHA loan be like 3.5%.
3.5%.
Right. So are you saying that the second mortgage could be used in lieu of the down payment?
As long as the first mortgages will allow for it, then they can offer it.
And Jeff mentioned something about there's 0% finance, there's no interest rate for the second mortgage?
That's up to their guidelines, what they're willing to do.
Yeah, as long as we're getting grant money into this product, we can offer that 0% interest. And that's what we're intending to do. We modeled this product with Maui County and Hawaii County already on fee simple land. They just hadn't made it available to Hawaiian homelands, and so this is our shot to do that. But in that model, it's 0%. We do collect an origination fee up front, which is standard, but it does have to conform with the first. So in FHA, for example, we're a certified FHA secondary lender, but with that, the family still has to come with the 3.5 of their own money
requirement.
but we can help with whatever else, right? Closing costs, whatever else needs to come in those FHAs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Mahalo, Jeff.
Thank
F1, a D1. I'm just
One, two, and
Yeah.
D1.
Good morning again, Commissioners. For the record, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. D1 is basically our report to you. It's for information only. These are statistics with regards to lease application activity as well as the loan delinquency report. This month, we include Exhibit C, which is for information that the department guaranteed a loan with Hawaii Community Lending for a permanent loan. As I've noted in previous commission meetings, the department is still working with our migration of our database from our Apex system to Salesforce. We continue to encounter challenges with regards to the numbers. Some of the formulas have been very challenging. Every month, it's sort of, there's a glitch in the system. So speaking with supervisors from the respective branches, mainly the district operations having to do with the lease count as well as applications, they've committed to making certain that the numbers will be accurate next month. And I know I've said that before, but I've got that commitment from our supervisors that they're working diligently to get the numbers accurate and complete.
Thank you. Any questions on D1? No. Okay, thanks, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, we're going to move on to the J agenda. Let's see. Okay, said this many a time, but let me repeat it. In order to ensure that we can accommodate all the testimonies within our allotted time, and let me just note, we do have some contested case hearings. We have to start at 12 noon. So we have this window for the J agenda. And if need be, afterwards, we'll also accommodate those that weren't addressed or didn't have an opportunity to testify in the morning. But we do ask you kindly to be as concise and efficient as possible. Please limit your remarks to 10 minutes to allow everyone the opportunity to be heard. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated, and this will help ensure a productive and timely session. I'm going to be a little bit tough on the 10 minutes, and so please, understand why I'm doing that so everybody can. We got a pretty long J agenda, so okay. Why don't we get started? Okay, the first one, Kavika Kane.
Aloha Chair, aloha
Aloha.
Commissioners. Just an update from Malu'o High Homestead, just to share with the Commission how the Lahui is striving on the Aina and thriving and striving to perpetuate our culture. Our homestead is made up of 226 lots, just behind me. We were the first homestead in Kapolei, where lessees moved in 2001. And this year makes 25 years since our homestead was established. And our mission as a homestead is to perpetuate our culture, our heritage, and enhance the education, safety, and well-being of our ohana. Our board of directors, myself as president of Malu'o High Homestead, also treasurer, and then we have our secretary, Lehua Abrigo, and one of our directors is Jake Holmberg. And so on behalf of our board, we just want to share with you some of the things that are going on in our homestead. We usually start the year with the Prince Kuhio Parade. The past several years, we've been supporting with our finances a Pa'u unit. Approximately 20% of our annual budget goes to our Prince Kuhio Parade to honor Kalani Anaole. And so Memorial Day, we usually do leis of aloha for Punch Bowl to provide leis for all of our veterans there. We have different workshops throughout the year. We do a lei kako event where we do lei events, bringing everyone in the community to learn how to string lei. We had a ni'ihau shell jewelry making workshop to engage the community, that they could get a kit and learn how to create a pair of earrings. We just recently completed our school drive. We had about 20 families that requested need for school supplies, helping over 50 keiki. And moving on to the rest of the year, we also have some community work days and We also participate in Kapolei Hale's annual Christmas tree event. And then exciting that we need to announce and invite the commission is our 25th year anniversary. Is scheduled for November 20th. It's Friday, November 20th, an opportunity for us to celebrate 25 years since we've established our homestead in 2001. Some exciting things that have been recently moving forward is our traffic calming. And our traffic calming, we're super thankful and we mahalo Brother Kalani and Kehau from the department, such wonderful staff providing us the funding and also the consultants that have been doing reviews of our Kai'ao Avenue. It's kind of a straightaway. And just recently, a month or so ago, there was a major accident. Someone lost control of their vehicle and took out a whole line of fencing on 2 properties. Prior to that, we've had other accidents. It connects Ivalani community here, and also we're located in front of Kapolei High School. So that little straightaway, we have young drivers, we have just community members that are passing through our homestead, and there is some reckless driving. So we're looking forward to completing. The consultants are ready to present to us their final findings, and then we should be moving forward with our traffic calming there. There's 2 organizations that we are participating with as a consortium of our Kapolei homesteads, made up of Malu'ohai, Kaupe'a, Kanahili, and Ka'ulu'okahai. Yesterday, I testified on the Kapolei Homestead Enterprise Corporation, which exists to create job opportunities, workforce development, business enterprise opportunities within our moku here in Kalaeloa, and also for our homesteads, but also with the Kapolei Community Development Corporation, KCDC, that just recently celebrated 10 years of opening the Heritage Center. We had a dinner to celebrate that 2 weeks ago. So 10 years there. The majority of our funding for our homestead comes from KCDC in the form of a community benefits agreement with DeBartolo and Hamakana Ali'i. And it's been great serving on that board also with KCDC. There is a distinction between the 2 organizations, KCDC and KHEC. KCDC is about gathering the community, building community capacity, and supporting the individual homestead in governance, training, opportunity support, initiatives that are specific to each homestead. KHEC is more so on the developing more jobs and more opportunity with Lili'uokalani Studios and the other. It's going to be a industrial park in addition to the studios. So we're looking forward to support KHEC also. And that is and Auntie Homelani Shadell is also an advisory board emeritus status for our homestead forever. And so she would have been here today also, but she's not available. And that is our report. Thank you. Mahalo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the next person, Carmen Guzman Simpliciano. Carmen Guzman. Oh, okay. Jeff Gilbert.
Aloha, Commissioners. Jeff Gilbreth with Hawaii Community Lending. I submitted my testimony in writing. But what I wanted to start with is actually just wanted to mahalo the DHHL staff, in particular Kui Meyer. Since submitting that testimony, we've been working very closely with our team to address the concerns that I shared in my testimony, and in particular regarding our direct mortgage closings, both for our mortgage and our construction loan guarantee MOAs. Good news is we're scheduled to meet next week to finalize updates on those MOAs. So I wanted to let you folks know that. We believe we can move forward with those MOA changes to some extent. to first set policy, then establish procedures, and last bring our teams together so we can work together more closely and move our mortgage closings, which are ranging about 120 to 180 days down to about 90 to 120. It should help us get more of our direct loans out the door. But I also wanted to share with you folks that I learned about the constraints DHHL faces as it relates to the maximum guarantee per loan. Unfortunately, per FHA, the statewide FHA max loan amount that I referenced in my written testimony is actually determined by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which makes our request for increasing the maximum guarantee amount to 50% of the statewide loan amount not possible. I do understand that DHL has requested from the Department of Interior a determination on increasing the guarantee amount to 75% of the FHA loan limit. However, I would just, from my perspective, the 50% maximum is actually codified in Section 215 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So based on this, I don't anticipate any change. So the unfortunate reality is this, and speaking to the Hawaii Island and Oahu commissioners, I hate to say this, but your beneficiaries at this point in time will likely not be able to access 100% financing from HCL or USDA because the guarantee limit is not enough to meet construction costs. So this is a major setback for low and moderate income families. So to give you an example, the maximum loan that we can do on 100% financing, us and USDA on Hawaii Island, is $293,500, which doesn't come close to meeting construction costs. And on Oahu is $414,000. So it's unfortunate that this is not possible. And it does place constraints on DHL, place constraints on us, and obviously doesn't get 100% financing to the families. So I think that the strategy we're gonna shift to is working with DHHL, lenders, other partners to push for federal policy change. Obviously, with the current Congress we have, it will take an act of Congress, and you're likely going to have enough votes to override a veto that is all but guaranteed from the president. So that's going to be a long game. But your vote to approve the second mortgage MOA is something that can help. So to make up the difference between construction costs and what families on Oahu and Hawaii Island are facing, we could potentially fill the gap with these second mortgages, though it could be very sizable. If you're looking at developments that are charging about $600,000 on Hawaii Island for in Laiopua at this point. And then last, I would just say, if we're happy to continue with you folks and just lean into investing in loan workouts and modifications. We ran a report on the Ho'omana Homeowner Assistance Program, a little under $1 million that has gone out so far. We have 8.5 total from you folks. We anticipate we're projecting about 3.5 million of that will come back to the Hawaiian Homelands Trust, so that you folks have those dollars, and we can get folks, into more affordable situation, as well as get access to HUD housing counseling to go through financial literacy and whatnot. So just wanted to share that with you folks. I think there's some positive movement. There's the reality that there's constraints in federal policy, and whatever we can do to, link arms with you folks. But I do just want to mahalo Kui, Juan, Kali for really working with us on this. And it's just the reality of federal policy. So wanted to share that. Thank you folks so much.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. Next person, Kapiolani Spencer.
Mike Cole, Chair Watson, and commissioners. I'm here today, and I just want to start off so I don't miss anything from my testimony. I'm going to start off with my mom. I want to introduce you to her. She just received her project lease for Waiahu Mauka on Maui. I sent my testimony in with pictures as well. She was proud to have received that, and as a family, we're very pleased and happy. Since then, her health has declined, and now she relies on oxygen. Sorry, I try to get my cry out before testifying on my mom's behalf. But I am not only testifying on my mom's behalf as kupuna, who received project lease or not. We're still waiting on the wait list, hoping for the promise. But what really got me was a comment she made. She asked me, baby, am I ever gonna experience the promise of being on my homestead land? Whether it's a residential, which she's waiting for, but time matters for her. Time matters for a lot of our kupuna who are still waiting. I just didn't know how to answer her for that, but for as long as she's here, we're going to continue to push that dream forward. So I'm going to move on with my own LV4 experiences. We just recently, in June, signed our project leases. I have a lot of questions to go with that because I feel like it's important for my family to know the answers to this, but not only my own family, but for the rest of the residents here in Village Alaiopua, Cal4, the rent to own with option to purchase. Let me get there because I had a lot I wanted to say, but I was going to eat up my 10 minutes because look, 2 minutes went by already. But just to let you folks know, Chair Watson and the rest of you folks, we appreciate all the hard work that you guys are doing for our people. Imua, keep going. So I had questions as far as our leases now that we are part of this project lease. Our LV4 project lease is now a part of VOLA. This is important. I'm attending their next VOLA meeting so that I can answer this for everybody. Do project leases have full voting and proxy rights? If so, when do our voting rights begin? Who is responsible for HOA assessments during the rent to own period? I know we had a discussion about that with the developer, Doug Bigley, at, I think it was the last meeting, or the second to the last meeting at King Cam here in Kona. And if so, whose obligations is the HOA connected to our homes, being that we're in this rent to own with option to purchase? And are they being kept current? Are LV4 funds maintained separately and transparently? What happens when a family experiences financial hardship? What protections exist before a family reaches default or risk of losing their homes? We had numerous of families that lost their homes for whatever reason. But I truly believe once the Kanaka is on the land, we have to ensure and keep them there. We're protected under HHCA. When is the rent to own? When the rent to own with option to purchase is done, will LV4 residents be getting their homes at pandemic price as it was mentioned many times and at the interest rate? And if so, can we get that in writing, please? 15 years going to go by and people forget or things change. So I've raised these questions because of concerns for not only my own family, because I don't really see how we're going to get ahead in this program. Yeah, we were told that we can, and I'm going off script. I know we were told we can make extra money, but it's not feasible when you have 1 or 2 working bodies, and realistically, you only have so many hours in a day. I just want to talk about my mala, which I'm trying to erect, and from attending the convention, from what I was hearing from a lot of our leaders, if the land is vacant, it is our kuleana as Kanaka Maole to malama that aina, to grow food for sustainability for our people, for our families. This is the goal I've been trying to do, but just being able to get a credit of insurance, it's just a barrier. It's a barrier, and it's against the Hawaiian Home Commission Act protection to put the people back on the land, put the Hawaiians back on the land, and to help sustain them. So I'm asking a lot because it's owed to our people and they're deserving. Our kupuna are deserving. I don't want to have to come to another meeting and tell you folks that my mom has passed away before even experiencing that. And I'm sorry if I cry, but I'm talking from my heart. When I moved here, I never thought I'd be attending these meetings or even presenting the commission with the things that I've been for all these years. And all I'm asking for is to work in solidarity. just to help our people move forward so that our families don't fall through the cracks. I talked about the missing middle families, which are the middle income families. I don't believe there is a middle income class anymore. It's either a high class or a lower class. Whatever the middle class, we don't qualify for outside help, but yet we're struggling just to keep means to pay high rent. Rent going to go up again. It's supposed to go up in July, but it hasn't yet. But I have a feeling it's coming. And the utilities, it's just common language, not just for our people, but for everybody out there, how expensive food is. And that's the reason why I want to grow our garden. So like I said, from the convention, for what I'm hearing, we're going to go ahead with it because certificate of insurance, that's BS. That's just preventing us from going on the land and growing food. So I'm just letting you know, Chair Watson, you gave us a verbal okay, and we're going to go with it. We're going to grow food. My husband and I, we have all these plants that need to go in the ground already. We've been cultivating and it needs to go somewhere. So yeah, we're going to start and we're going to try to get county water. So if we got any HOA fees sitting in VOLA, or if we're part of VOLA, or if we need to form our own association so that we can get some kind of funding through our HOA fees to help for water for our garden. Not only that, I talked about speeding in our community, the overgrowth of brush behind homes, whose responsibility is it? We need straight answers. It's in my testimony, my written testimony, the concerns. And I like that idea about the speed bumps and stuff like that. So if anybody has any ideas or suggestions, that's all I'm asking for is transparency. Please work with me, you guys, because, you know, I stand in solidarity with every single one of you folks, and I love everybody. And I just want us to go forward and work collaboratively and successfully for our future generations together. And I think we can do that because you guys are awesome and you guys are doing really good work. And I appreciate you folks for that. I appreciate everybody. That's all I have to say. But just to end things, I don't want to forget about my mom. And hopefully she'll have a legacy, yeah, that she can leave on, but I want her to be able to experience that like every other kupuna that is deserving. Our people are deserving. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kapiolani.
Any questions? When will I have a written response for the questions that I had about HOA and VOLA?
Yeah, I did go over the questions you sent on your email with the developer as well as my team.
Yeah.
It's a lot more involved and complicated, but I think we do have the answers, and I'll be calling you offline, and we can talk about it and give you more detailed answers.
Okay, great, because I got yeses from, and I don't want to have to say names, but from somebody in the Waimea department that said, yes, we belong to VOLA. I'm attending the next VOLA meeting, and I want to be able to provide them with the correct answers to the questions that I'm asking.
Yeah,
So I think this is going to benefit everybody across the board. Really, it is. And I thank you. Yes, Chair?
Yeah,
Yes.
let me just say that you're under a program with the tax credits. That's how we were able to not only get you into home ownership based on your income, the lower income versus a turnkey unit where you had to qualify for a turnkey loan. So as a result of that, there's certain I guess benefits with that, not only being able to get into the home, but more so the developer is responsible for the maintenance as well as providing allowances on the utilities. And so all of that, as well as insurance, like if your house was burned down, you don't have to have your own separate insurance. The developer has his insurance.
Oh, no, they told us that from the
Yeah.
beginning, they told us that it was advised that we get homeowner insurance.
No, you don't need insurance. The developer has insurance, and that's one of the
Oh,
benefits.
how
of being in
interesting.
that
Thank you
program.
for that information.
Okay. So
Please do call me so we can discuss.
Okay, I'll give you a call.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we're gonna call John McBride. He has to catch a plane, so we're gonna take him out of order.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the letter too.
Yeah.
I'm here on Kalapapa and, depending on who you're talking to, it's a real sensitive topic. The Molokai people, but not only the Molokai. I know the feeling about Molokai that, that's part of the island, but 8,000 people throughout the state of Hawaii was buried there. So the kuleana is for 8,000 people. All of them have kuleana to that place. I was fortunate to have the opportunity to do tours in Kalapapa. I think you guys have my cards over there. And those cards were given out, and I started the tour in 2018. I wanted to do it as part of a beneficiary, but in National Park, I got to work with two agencies. It's hard enough to work with one government agency. So I work with two of them, and they don't talk the same language. And so I overcome a lot of those hurdles by working with them patient. Boogie Kailihiva is a relative of mine down there. But when I went to him, he was already working with the Millwright people. And I told him, that's right, I'll find another way. I was blessed with the opportunity that Meli Watanuki got in touch with me and she wanted to do tours. And so I partnered up with her, which made things a lot easier. When you're with a patient, you're almost like with the governor down there. They have a lot of lateral, a lot of opportunity. And so when I worked down there for the 2 years, I guess what I'm trying to say is as a beneficiary, I wanted to show myself, not to anybody else, but myself, that as a beneficiary and as a Native Hawaiian, I could do this and I can overcome the hurdles to get there. And I did. And what I want to tell the commission is there are other Native Hawaiians who can do this. As you know that I partnered up with Kalani Wilson and also Kepa Kaeo. And the reason why I partnered up with them is because they're in entrepreneurship. They want to do something for Native Hawaiians. And what we don't have here, as far as the Department of Hawaiian Homes, we help put people on the land, but there's no mechanism for us for entrepreneurship. Yeah, you get land. I mean, you listen to half of the testimonies, then more money. And money is an essential part of getting land. And entrepreneurship, a lot of these people have the resources, they have the talent to have entrepreneurship and elevate themselves financially, given the opportunity. And so what I'm looking at is Hawaiian Homes interested in partnering with beneficiaries in doing businesses, giving them the opportunity, maybe right of entry, maybe the opportunity of having them work. I'll give you the example of Kalapapa. You hear of Mauna Kea, ancestral, going up to the road. There's ways that Native Hawaiians can financially be self-sufficient. And that's what we're looking for. Hawaiians are looking to be self-sufficient. We came here as Native Hawaiians being self-sufficient in these lands. 1,000 years, we've been self-sufficient. And then now, we're not self-sufficient anymore. We're dependent. We're depending on other people. We're depending on the legislature to give us money. whenever that's predictable. You know, I'm glad for Kali who submitted a bill. He submitted a bill for getting money from through taxes, right? I forgot what was the bill. I think he was very, I would have been more aggressive. I would have been more aggressive. I would be asking for like 4% over the whole excise tax. And if you're making more than $1 million, I like 5% from you. That's how aggressive I would be, because that's what we need. $60 million a year, I think the estimate was. How many people we can put on the land for $60 million? We're talking about what, $6 billion for put 30,000 on top? And when we reach those people and I finally tell them, you know what, you get land, they're probably 50 years old, no can get on loan, cannot get on mortgage. And that's why I'm thinking there's got to be a mechanism created in Hawaiian Homes to allow our people to be self-sufficient. They have talent. I mean, let me tell you my credibility. Kyokaha School, Hilo Intermediate, Hilo High School. And I'm a college degree. I get 3 companies. Two companies, and I get one welding and mechanic, you know, that's my profession. I'm a mechanic welder. I got 50 years old, my back sore. I gotta do something else. I went to tours. Can do that until I'm 80. All I gotta do is drive and talk. And I gotta know what to say. Why not give our people that opportunity? Why not create the mechanism so that they can do this? Can Hawaiian Homes do this? Yeah, we're trying to put people on the land, and housing is important, but economics is also important. If we cannot make our people self-sufficient, they will always be dependent. I came here today and I flew here, took 4 o'clock this morning, I had to get up, come over here, get on the plane, come over here. I could have done this by Zoom. I chose not to. I chose to be here. Why? Because I can. I'm self-sufficient. I can choose this opportunity to come here. And I want other Hawaiians to be able to be choosing what they want because they are economically self-sufficient. How can we do this, Commission? How can we organize this and create this mechanism that we can do this? Because there are Hawaiians who want to do it. I pray. And you know, before I came here, you know, I said I was going to talk about Kalapapa. I can talk hours about Kalapapa, hours. When I went to Kalapapa, I met with the patients, and you know what I told them? My first impression to them is, what do you want me to tell these people when they come to Kalapapa? And you know what they told me? Almost unanimously, tell them the truth. No, tell them only the good stuff. Tell them the bad stuff. What they did to us. How they treated us. People have to know. And when you start to hear those stories, I walked away crying. Sorry. Because of the stories they told me. And how our people were treated down there. How the children were treated. How the abuse was happening. This is what they did to our people. And the same people who did it to them are in charge today. Still. And you know why I'm not doing Kalapapa today? Because they didn't want my narrative of what I was telling the people, which was the truth. The national park, I gotta tell you truthfully, I don't like the national park. They took 6,000 acres from us on the Big Island. My family owned part of that 6,000 acres. They took that away from us. And now, Kalapapa, they're going to take that away from us if we don't step up. Department of Hawaiian Homes has a great say as a landowner on what happens to it. Whether the national park is there or not, we as beneficiaries should not only have a say, but also have a decision. And we should have the same privileges as the patients. You know, patients got a lot of privileges. Beneficiaries should have the same. You hear about sponsorship, you know, you cannot go into Kalapapa unless you sponsored special. But you know who's going into Kalapapa? People who are sponsored by the national park, they bring in their friends inside there. And you know what? Beneficiaries not can go inside there. Yet you get people from the mainland coming inside there. I know my time is up. I hope I made an impression upon you. Please find that mechanism. Otherwise, I'm not worried about the outside people getting to us. I'm worried about the people within us. Thank you.
John, we're, I guess, taking testimony and information.
Yeah.
We're, as you know, there is going to be a transition shortly. I mean,
Yeah.
once the last patients pass away.
There's only 2 more.
Yeah, which is around the corner. And so the department has lands there. We have a lease agreement with the National Park Service. But we're also very cognizant that it's a very, very special place. It's a tough place when you have all these competing and in certain cases conflicting objectives, whether it's a park service, whether it's you from a business standpoint, as well as just sharing the history, the complete history of the Kalapapa. Then you also have the lineal descendants. You know, are they interested in maybe creating a homestead there? I don't know. But and then you also have the various churches that are, you know, have a strong presence, a strong history there that also want to preserve and protect it, and maybe have and share their version of what happened there, which is also important. So it's a process that's gonna take a while. We do have like a lease agreement that we review after so many years. And then we also are very, very active in having a say on how our lands are used. But we're also very sensitive to the people that are there, especially, you know, when you talk about the 8,000 graves, how do we respect that and preserve it in, as well as others that beyond the 8,000, there's more than 8,000. Okay? And so I invite you to be a part of that discussion. Our staff and planning office is going to be having quite a few meetings, and not just limited to the stakeholders and people that are there that are running it, but more importantly, the future participants, whether it be homesteaders or business, Native Hawaiian. Obviously, we would support the Native Hawaiian side first and foremost. But we also have a commissioner here, Lawrence Lasua, that also has an understanding of that special place. And so he's part of that, along with staff, along with several others. So there's it's an ongoing process. We don't have all the answers, and I don't know if there is an answer. I mean, there's an approach with pros and cons, and so we're searching for that. It'll probably be, you know, something that's going to take a while. But I also recognize that there's immediate needs. I mean, recently, the Park Service was trying to conduct tours, educational tours. Now, I realize you might not necessarily agree with it, but it's in the law when they created that park, that it laid out how many visitations, there's a ceiling on it, but it also, you know, and we are talking with the Park Service. We also have different legislators that are concerned about what's going on there and how that was kind of, I guess, presented as well as started. So we're revisiting that as a concerned landlord. But I do invite you, I know you gotta go catch a plane, to be a part of this discussion, because I do want to look at the economic side, because I think there is tremendous possibilities, especially for the homestead. It might not just be in Kalapapa, it might be outside of Kalapapa that can also be a part of economic development for our beneficiary. Because that is a challenging area, you know, with Molokai Ranch going under. And then hopefully we can kind of restore that also. And we do have some developments at Lehua and you know, some of the residential, but more important, the ag development we're doing there. So I don't know, Lawrence, you got anything or advice you want to give this guy?
It's really sensitive area. I agree. Because I've known Boogie, Millie, I've known most of them. I worked down there for 4 years as a business services supervisor in charge of the trail, the kitchen, the store, you know, and whenever somebody came into the settlement, I would go pick them up in regards to Department of Health work. But I worked with Henry Law, who was the first administrator down there for the national park. And he had concerns. I mean, I know that, you know, Inouye wanted to start this, but the patients has the say when I went down there.
Their first
So
refusal.
the Patient Advisory Council, you would have to work with as far as anything that you wanted to do down there. Now that there's only 2, and I think Norbert is one of them.
Yeah.
That's still living. Yeah, and he was the youngest one there. And I knew Boogie, I knew like his wife,
Yeah.
Ivy. They all worked for me when I was down there because he worked for the state. Besides being a patient, they were also wards of the state. So they were getting paid by the state as well as working for the state. So they were getting paid for all that services. And he was a painter down there. But in the time I was out there, you know, I also met with archaeologists that came down there. And like you say, there's 8,000. My question to the department was, what happened to the original people that was there?
Yes.
Because I had family down there as well. So they're not there anymore. Okay. But we're looking at the putting the natives back on the land. And I can tell you, my dad worked down there and retired down there in 71. So he was a worker down there. And they were raising cattle down there. So they called them the kukuas, the state workers.
Yeah.
They would go out and help the patients round up the cattle. And then eventually the slaughterhouse and all that got depleted. And that would happen when I was down there.
Yeah.
And the reason was Department of Health was not in the business of slaughtering cattle, which I can see. But again, you know, it's going to be a real sensitive issue for the people of Molokai. And I already know that people of Molokai is looking at applying for down there. I can tell you a person who applied for down there in the past when it was operating back in the 80s. And he wanted to put his application in with Hawaiian Homes, saying that when it releases, his application is in there for him to put in, but they told him, no, you cannot, because it's not being awarded at this time. But so my concern as a commissioner here is to be fair to the natives, okay? Not only the ones who wants to live down there, but the people who died down there. Now, I can give you, because that was my question. I mean, if they didn't move from down there, what happened to them? Well, most likely they caught the disease, died down there. And I've seen the areas where graves, you can't even see them anymore because the trees have lifted all the rocks up. And I don't think you've been in Waihanau Valley to
I've been
witness
there.
all that. And you can't see it.
Yeah.
But you have to know with the archaeology anthropologists where these are located. But I'm really, you know, the 4 years I was on there, it made me feel really bad for these people, boogie them and all that. But at the same time, I was able to bring down Aluliki workers to clear that graveyard that you drive in when you see all those were covered with koa trees. And so I brought them down and then they cleared that whole area. The other situation for me was the gas field. The state was storing the gases there in the field. And my job was to make sure those gas and they were laid on 55-gallon drums on the side. When it gets older, it leaks, which means destroying the area now in the field. And so, you know, I had my experience down there, even on the trail, because I walked it every day. Because I went in and out every day. I had to, my kids were young. And my wife is not from Hawaii. She's from the mainland.
Yeah.
But for me, as a Hawaiian who lives on Molokai and have seen all this, I mean, I know what it's like to be like that. And I talk to the patients and stuff like that, you know, and they, I had run-ins with them, you know, because they treated me like I'm a worker. They call us kukuas. And you don't have any say down there. So when I tell you something,
Yeah.
and they always made a complaint to the administrator, who was Mary Beth Mall
Yeah,
at the time. The judge used to be a judge, and she's the one who brought me down there. But I respected them, you know, and that's the way I continue to do. Whatever needs to be done down there, I've talked to Kali about it. You know, it's a real, no, it's gonna be a heavy place to decide what Hawaiian Homes will eventually do down there. And like Kali is saying, you know, you gotta be part of the discussion.
I just want the department to advocate for beneficiary. Because you know what? I'm gonna apply for it again. I'm gonna apply for a COA down there. I wanna see the response for the national park. Because now I'm not applying as a partner with a patient. I'm now applying as a beneficiary. And I wanna see the response that they're doing. And I know that they don't want me down there because they want to do the tours themselves. Because Kalapapa is not a revenue-based area. They're getting their money from Volcano National Park. They want to create their own revenue. But they made a rule that before they do it first, that the patients get first refusal and native beneficiaries get second refusal. Stick to that. If nobody like do them, okay, National Park, do what you like. But
Yeah.
until you get somebody who wants to do it, give them the chance.
Originally, the funding was funded through the Pacific National Parks.
Yeah.
So there was all the national parks in the Pacific, Guam,
Yeah.
Volcano. So when Kalapapa opened up, some of that funding had to be used for that. So they could only hire so many people.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what it's like now, whether they do have a
They
funding
do.
by themselves.
They work the store.
Yeah.
Well, that's a real concern for us. You know, with this particular administration, they're cutting back on funding of the National Park Service throughout the United States. And so that, you know, I think they spend something like 20 million a year, the National Park Service in Kalapapa. So that's huge. So the loss of that revenue that's used to maintain and improve would be devastating going forward. How do we deal with that? It is a federal law, so that's not going to go away. And so we're going to have to deal with that, address it. We can't independently say, well, this is just Hawaiians and National Park Service go away. That's not happening, guys. So let's get real. Let's talk, figure out how we can work. Okay. So you'll be part of the discussion. Okay.
I'm hoping that Trump just says, you know what, National Park not making revenue, you gotta leave.
There's a couple of people that think like you.
There's one thing I like about Trump. He get rid of things that not making money. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, next person, Kala Kelikini.
Sorry, it's not every day that I discuss a matter like this, so I had to write this down and make my 10 minutes.
No problem.
So, there we go. I'm requesting help with an unresolved lien connected to DHHL lease number 4617. This unresolved lien has created uncertainty regarding the title to my Hawaiian homestead. Before coming to the commission, I made every effort I could to understand this issue on my own. I contacted Bill Bank, spoke with my title company, reviewing my closing documents, obtained DHHL records, searched Bureau of conveyances records, reviewed Hawaiian Homes Commission agendas, and has spent many hours trying to piece together the property's history. Despite all of those efforts, I still have not been able to determine why this lien remains or obtain clear documentation explaining its current status. I've reached the point where I believe that the department's records are the only place that can provide the answers I'm looking for. That's why I'm asking for your assistance in reviewing the complete file for lease number 4617 and helping me understand the status of this lien. Yeah, I respectfully ask the commission to direct DHHL staff to, one, review the complete file for lease number 4617, to determine how the lien satisfaction condition was handled when my assignment was approved. 3, provide any payoff, satisfaction, release, or lender records connected to the lien. And 4, help to correct or resolve the record so I can move forward. But over here, I have a timeline on the lease. So in 1978, DHHL issued lease number 4617. In 1992, a 60,400 SBA loan was secured by a lien involving the lease. And in 2011, the original leasee passed away. The lease was transferred through successorship to Roland Kahavai and Elizabeth Kialo. The transferred documents recognized the lien and stated that the successors assumed the remaining balance. In 2012, after Roland passed away, Elizabeth became the sole leasee. On September 23rd, 2013, the Hawaiian Homes Commission approved the transfer of lease 4617 from Elizabeth to me. The assignment was signed and recorded in October 2013. So the most important part of the document states that DHHL's consent to the transfer was conditioned upon the satisfaction of the lien. At the same time, the assignment was completed. And it also states that if the lien was not satisfied, DHHL's consent would be withdrawn. So it's kind of where I'm at with this. So yeah, I was hoping
Yeah,
you guys can understand, help me with this situation.
yeah. Hello, my staff right there. Won't you talk sorry with them? And they'll try to sort through the issue that you're raising.
Okay.
And then hopefully we can resolve it and then move forward. More importantly, you can move forward. So
Okay.
just, they're right there. Kui and then Juan. They'll be willing to help you.
Okay.
Okay,
Mahalo kali.
okay, thank you. Okay, next person, Jermaine Taguchi.
Good morning, DHHL Chair, Commissioners, lessees, those on a wait list, beneficiaries, and guests. My name is Jermaine Toguchi, born and raised in Papakolea, Waianae Valley, Princess Kahanu, and now Kaupea, a successor and wait lister with our 6th generation Ohana on homestead land. I'm here today to speak to several concerns that directly impact our beneficiary and our homestead communities. First, geothermal. I appreciate DHHL's commitment to exploring innovative opportunities that could one day create new revenue streams for our beneficiaries. Geothermal development is an exciting concept and understand why is interested in its long-term potential. However, my concern is the timeline and the impact of beneficiaries today. Geothermal exploration and development will take several generations before the real benefit reaches our homesteaders. Before a single kilowatt of energy is produced, DHHL will need to invest millions of dollars in planning, engineering, environmental studies, geochemical testing, and exploration drilling. Even after all of that, there is no guarantee that a viable resource will be found. If a resource is found, the cost continues. Construction of the power plant, infrastructures, distribution systems will require many more millions of dollars and decades of work. This is a long-term, high-risk investment. Meanwhile, we have thousands of beneficiaries on a wait list who need support right now. Every dollar spent on speculative project is a dollar not used to award lots, build homes, improve infrastructures, or reduce the wait list. Many families have already waited 20, 30, even 40 years. They cannot wait another generation for potential geothermal revenue. If the wait lists were significantly lower, this conversation might be different. But with the current need so high, I respectfully ask the HHL to prioritize investment that directly benefit beneficiaries today. Second, EVA development project. There are no CalPER community meeting records showing that CalPER lessees were ever consulted or informed about this project. Because of this, CalPER cannot support the proposal at this time. CalPER community meetings is a core requirement of trust-based decision-making, and our community deserve to be part of discussion and directly impact our homestead lands. Also, there is no clear environmental impact information, including core testing, environmental studies, or surveys. Without this, beneficiaries could ultimately be held responsible for the removal and disposal of contaminated materials. Under federal law, the landowner carries strict liability for cleanup obligations. This raises a serious question. Is this why the proposed deal is structured so that Kalaniano Ola Development, LLC, never takes title to the property? Beneficiaries should not be placed in a position where they bear the long-term environmental and financial burden. Additionally, DHHL should not rely on a third-party developer, especially one paired with an established contractor, to receive DHHL permit exemptions. Doing so sets a troubling precedent. It creates a pathway where outside developers benefit from exemptions intended to support beneficiaries, while reputable Native Hawaiian small business contractors are excluded from opportunities that should rightfully be available to them. These projects should be competitively bid with priority given to reputable Native Hawaiian and other small business contractors who understand our communities, our values, and our needs. Development should not become a vehicle for enriching developers or established contractors at the expense of the beneficiaries. We simply ask that DHHL uphold transparency, protect beneficiaries from unnecessary liability, and ensure that development opportunities truly serve Native Hawaiian communities. Third, phase 2. CalPER phase 1 lessees have waited nearly 2 decades for commitment that was part of the original vision for their homestead community. When CalPER phase 1 was developed, lessees were told that the CalPER phase 2 9-acre parcel would be designated for a community park, a place for our keiki, kupuna, and families to gather, exercise, and build community. Today, 18 years later, that park still does not exist. What happened in the past is done, and we cannot change it, but we can move forward. DHHL has the resource, authority, power, and exemption necessary to finally make this long-promised community park a reality for CalPER phase 1. I respectfully ask for the clarity on a few points. Was there a beneficiary consultation with CalPER lessees regarding the decision to pursue housing development instead of a promised park? Was this change truly in the best interest of DHHL beneficiaries, or was it in a decision made without transparency? Because it certainly was not in the best interest of CalPER phase 1 lessee who relied on DHHL original's commitment. Regardless of how we got here, the path forward is clear. DHHL needs to fix this, not to revisit old conflicts, but to honor the trust and expectation of the homesteaders who have waited nearly 2 decades for a basic community resource. A community park is not a luxury, it's a part of what makes a neighborhood healthy, safe, and connected. CalPER phase 1 deserved what was promised. Fourth, CalPER phase 1. The community needs to understand a few important parts as we move forward together. When a new board of directors begins its work, it takes time to get organized. This is the first time these members are meeting and working together. So patience is essential as they learn their roles, establish processes, and build teamwork. A positive environment is critical. The board can only function effectively when meetings and community interactions are respectful, supportive, and focused on solutions rather than past conflicts. Board meetings are open to lessees, residents, and the community. This ensures transparency, keeps everyone informed, and allows the community to stay updated on decision and progress. Past issues should not be blamed on the new board. They are stepping into existing challenges, and it is not reasonable to expect immediate answers or instant fixes. They deserve the opportunity to learn, assess, and respond thoughtfully. Community association exists to govern and represent the best interests of the Homestead community. The board's purpose is to serve, support, and strengthen CalPER, and that requires cooperation from everyone. This is the first year in several years that CalPER Association is holding community meetings. That alone is a major step forward. It shows commitment, transparency, and a desire to rebuild trust and communication for the betterment of the entire community. Having shared those concerns, I would like to address an additional issue that requires DHH's attention. DHHL should consider requiring a 10-year owner occupancy period before a homestead lease can be sold. Within those first 10 years, sales should be allowed only to direct lineage, so homestead lands stay within beneficiary families. If a lessee chooses not to continue, the lease should be returned to DHHL to ensure it remains available for beneficiaries. DHHL is behind in planning for kupuna independent living, which is becoming an urgent need in our communities. Many kupuna want the ability to downsize while passing their lease to the next generation, keeping their homestead legacy intact. These issues, lineage protection and kupuna housing, should have been addressed years ago and must be prioritized now. Finally, leadership titles don't build trust. Words don't build unity. Actions do. True leadership is defined by what a person consistently shows up and does for the community, the homestead families, and beneficiaries who rely on them, not for what is written on paper or spoken out loud. Mahalo for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to making decisions that reflect Pono stewardship of our Hawaiian homelands. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one is Walter. Okay, J7, Walter Walker.
I asked to speak on G6 after Jermaine Taguchi, Evelyn Bon McBurr, CalPER Homestead. Leadership does take Pono. And I have been attacked by the same person that spoke for the last 8 months. But I want to speak to you, commissioners, that my kapunas taught me one thing. You move in aloha and you be Pono. What keeps me grounded today is that my pastor put this on me, and I want to read it because this is not something I say. This is something I live. I am a faith-filled woman of God and unshakable confidence in the promise of God's promises and divine purpose He has for me in the leadership of my homestead. Despite all the challenges I've encountered in my community, I walk my community with the fruits of the Spirit, overflowing with abundant aloha. I choose to bless and not blast. I make it my kuleana to pray over my community, my Hawaiian Homes commissioners, my DHHL Trust Administration, Honolulu Police Department, Department of Education, DOI, family and friends, to declare godly transformation in my homestead community. I am driven by God's goodness to rise up every morning committed to be the ecclesia and bringing unity in community. I'm sorry, commissioners, but what Jermaine Taguchi, she does not represent the community. And what I'm here to say is that there shouldn't be an issue about Hakaka, so excuse me, but I'm here today to say that as a VP, the current board has not been good. And this is not the topic. The topic today is to support the CalPER community in what they ask, is which the community center and park. So I give it to Walter. As a former president, he's been the one from the community since I moved in with Michelle Kahane in 2008. He takes the lead and he can share more. So Walter, go ahead and you can begin your sharing.
Okay. So as of our last meeting, just real quick, I reached out to Sonoy. Sonoy made it happen. So we had a conversation with Richard, his name Hope?
Richard Hope.
Richard Hope. And I'm not too sure if he relayed that to you, Kali. we talked about many
Yeah, he
options. He did? Okay, so just recap on that just a little. In the beginning, yes, frustration, right? 20 years we waited. 2006, we all got awarded. I didn't get it. My mom got awarded this house. She gave them to me. She passed away in 2020. At that lot selection, we picked that home because it was promised to us the park and rec on that 9-acre lot. 2015, then we find out, everything going on, HHFTC, they own the land or whatever, and they never promised to build a park and rec for us. We go to visit a couple there, we come back to you guys, and then Joby helped us. She reversed that MOU of what granted them access to that road for construction for the developers. So we stopped that. The community, Kaupea community, park and rec community, we stopped that. We did the petition back then, and it's in that folder that all of you have. And that was back in 2015. So what I told Richard back at that meeting, if it wasn't for our community stopping HHFTC from building affordable units, 300-something units, 6 stories high or whatever it would have been, and not even open up to the Hawaiians, then you guys wouldn't have the opportunity to purchase that land in 2022. I don't know all the answers, but what I'm saying is the work that we did then cannot go unnoticed, you know what I mean? So that was in 2015. Now, if you just go back to 2004, which we get the documents, 2004, DHL had meetings with VOCA, and it's in the minutes, and that's the documents we have. And they always talked about building a park and rec for Kaupea. It was just never have funds. So like I said in the last meeting, you fast forward to today, now you have the funds. So the conversation I had with Richard was solutions. So we looked at certain lots, right? So right there by the canal, right outside your guys' office. If you look outside your office, and that's what we did. My wife said, "You just look right out your office. It's right there. You have 2 strips of land right but next to the canal side. And all we asked was to relocate the 30. And then it keeps coming up, Act 279 residential. Understandable. Okay. So let's do it. So we talked about townhomes, double stack, 30-30, 4.5 acres. Townhomes, not taking nothing away from the Hawaiians. 4.5, rezone, Ag 2, which supports, right? Act 279 supports the agricultural lands. And that right there will give you recreation center, pavilions, and a playground for kids to play, because that's what we need. Petition we did in 2015, you got them right there in front of you guys. The last 2 months, we worked hard for this next petition, and we did 204 homes out of the 326, you know what I mean? They signed, they support, and that's the petition that we did. 260 of them, right, is total. 201 lessees, successors, beneficiaries. So you have more than half. 2026, 2 months ago, we just did this petition. More than half of the 326 families, and if you that supports Park and Rec still yet to today. And they're asking when the thing will come, when the thing will come. So for people who come up here, like what I just heard today, you know what I mean, and they share, you know what I mean, about the time, you know what I mean, that people pass away, their parents and all these things. It's trippy to me because when you add them up, right, you get more than 1,500 people live inside Kaupea, and you put more homes on them. Where the kids want to play? Right now, the kids playing in the street. They play in the street, cars passing, speeding, whatever it is that they do. So we need one park and rec. Now, all I ask is just talk to me. Anything you talk to me, I'm telling you, I have the answer. If I don't know the answer, I get the solution. If not, I will find the answer. I guarantee you that, because I checked everything. This binder in this book is not big for nothing. This is all park and rec right here. So if you keep telling me Act 279, money was spent for residential, that's why I said Act 279 money also supports agriculture lands, right? So if it does, the 4.5 rezone Act 2, Zone 2, and then that can give us our park and rec. At the same time, we're not getting rid of the Kanakas, 61 families, right? Townhomes, 30-30, stack them 2 high or whatever you gotta do. Smaller units, affordable units. 2-bedroom today for 400,000 that you guys giving to a 5-bedroom. What is it? I don't know, 4 or 5-bedroom, 700,000 on that lot. That's not, who gonna afford that? I mean, you do what is it, 6% right now? What is that? Like $4,000 they're gonna be spending for more. Who gonna afford that? You gotta get on 6-figure job, forget that. And not everybody is, you know what I mean, up there, you know what I mean? But all of this work that we're doing, and all I keep hearing is cannot, cannot, cannot. And I tell myself, the more people keep telling me cannot, 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 I will keep going and keep digging deep. But if you think about it, right, you have an opportunity right now to make it right with Cowpale community, with all these families. If you got all these families, it's not just me, now you get Kapunas in there, you get babies in there. Every house has at least 5 people in there. 326, you times that out, you do the math. It's a lot of people in Cowpale with no place for the kids to go. And then that's all they do, they just play in the street, play in the street, play in the street. The parking is tight and everything, but we're not talking about parking, we're just talking about the parking, right? It was promised to us. You guys need more documents or whatever, I can give you all the documents, I can show you the map. I'll show you the map. Maybe none of you guys seen this map. This is originally mapped. We get 4 minutes. All right, this is original map. It's this right there. Look at, right? See this? This is parking red. So Richard told me, oh, is this all in your mind? How is this in my mind? This is 2006 at Blaisdell. It says parking red. This is my lot right now. This is where I live. I live right over here. Okay, so I live right here. I picked this, right? Because it's boom, it's right here. My 2 kids is older. They're old. They're like 20, 21. They're out of high school. They're working. They're college and all that. I get one youngest one, 7 years old. She's still here today. But I live right here. And just so happened, you know what is the ironic part about it? 61 homes there. Guess what lot I live on? Lot 61. So I tell myself, oh, this is a sign, maybe I gotta stand up and fight for these people. And look at all these homes. I mean, we even went to a couple of Kine in 2015, and even they went sign. And they told us, oh, we was promised a park in phase 1. We have a phase 1 up there, a couple of cars on the backside, not here. Phase 1. And we told them, well, if you support us, and then when the time comes, we build our park, you guys can come to our park too, I guess, you know what I mean? But everything on this side of the road, there is no place for the kids to go. This is an original map. You know what I mean? This is from the lot selection. And if you go online, it's still on there. It says at the Cowpale, couple of Cowpale, lot selection 2006. You go online, you go Google them. The thing will show you the 6-acre park, 3-acre rec center, future 6-acre park. And it's online. And that's the crazy part. And then when you awarded this 61 homes, right, on this lot recently, or whatever it was, and it was said that, oh, it's information. It was not information. The reason why I know it's not information, because if you take that card that was given to us, you flip them over, you hit the QR code on them, it says right there, development beneficiary consultation. Last meeting we had here, what her name, Lily on the Zoom, she said that was information only. So there wasn't even an information. Nobody contacted us. Nobody told us nothing that you're just gonna award 60 homes, you know, but if you're looking for solutions, that's the solution. The solution is not build more homes. Yes, they got the wait list, I understand. But it's also got to support community park for us to go, to run, to play, for our kids, right? I mean, I'm only gonna get 1 minute, so all I'm saying is somebody talk to me. Bring me to the table. Because I'm all for ears, you know what I mean? And we can do them together, and it benefits everyone. It benefits DHHL, it benefits Cowpale, you know what I mean? It benefits the Kanakas who got their project lease, you know what I mean? And I know a little bit about project lease, you know, I don't know all of it, but I'm pretty sure I can understand everything, but I'm not gonna say nothing wrong with project lease, but it's there, so townhomes, 4.5 acres, 4.5 acres, park and rec, that was promised to us, that was sold to us. And we the ones who stopped the HHFTC in 2015. I don't know if any of you guys was here back then, but it cannot be, we purchased that land and it was like an open land that we see an opportunity. So we purchased it to put homes on it. It cannot be 20 years, 9 acres just sitting there. It was sitting there for a reason. Because when we did that movement in 2015, it was told to us, how you guys gonna build them? What you guys gonna do? Who's gonna maintain them? We did meetings with VOCA back in the day, back during those time. They was involved, they was gonna support them. They was gonna support the tree, because for us, and they was gonna maintain them. It was gonna be under VOCA, which is Village of Couple because we were part of Village of Couple, no matter what. So it wasn't even gonna be on that much of an increase on our monthly dues with them. But the community strongly supports this park and rec, still yet to today. And the one you have, all of that right there, I will tell you right now, my wife just sent with all that on. She worked on it for 2 months, and just this morning, I think she was over here printing on all those copies, and I don't know if she did it, but she got them in your hands now. She made all those copies just for you guys. Please, someone talk to me. Just a conversation we need to have, because kids need a place to play, not in the streets. I was raised in the streets, and the streets no good. So let's give them a park and rec, playground, green space, pavilions, gatherings we can do. I mean, Ivalani doing a great job with the Christmas events for the last 4 years. I mean, we need a place for that too. I mean, we cannot do those Christmas events and then all of a sudden, sorry kids, we're not there this year.
Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Colleen.
Danielle, De Lima.
No questions.
Did you want Danielle up here too? De Lima or Ivalani is right? Yes.
Aloha Commissioners, aloha Chair. I just want to say thank you so much. You know, my mom was one of the ones who got awarded this past Saturday. So we're so blessed to have my mom finally get her lease. I want to stand in support of the park. You know, I think Walter is kind of the expert. Him and his wife put a lot of work into the history and the research and coming up with solutions. And I think for me, from my perspective, you know, it's my kids, my son who's 6. He just asked me the other day, he said, Mom, I'm so excited. We're getting a park. I said, no, son, we're not. Unfortunately, not right now. And I don't know how to tell my 6-year-old, or, you know, he's 13 months now, that when Copeo 2 is built, right, should the plan as is current proceed, which only Copeo 2 kids would have access to it, how do I tell my 6-year-old and this one that they cannot play in that park? So that's my concern. That the plan that was proposed to the community right now includes a very tiny little park, just not our kids. And so that's a question I still have to answer for my kids. And then how do I keep my kids out of the park? Like, who's gonna police that? You know, are we now again just pitting Hawaiians against Hawaiians on whose kids can play in the park and whose kids cannot? So I do think that while we are solving problems and putting Hawaiians in homes, and we want that, right? And I'm a product of that. My mom's mom on both sides, my mom and my dad, I'm a 3rd-generation homesteader from Waianae, Nanakuli, and now in Kapolei. I'll make this quick because I have to get him, but I just wanted to say that these are the problems that I think about from my perspective. How do we police that park if the plan moves forward as is? Who kicks our kids out of the park? Who monitors that? And how do I tell my son that he can't play in the park? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Colleen, I'll just take my 2 minutes on here. Commissioners, again, I stand in support of the park for Kaupea Homestead. I was the 3rd person to move in phase 1. I've been active on the board for 18 years. And the park has been very instrumental in gathering our community together. Culture preservation, we need a park. Community center to us to gather. You know, we like to fellowship, cook, bring the family together. When you say you're taking away a park, it's more than a park. The land to that park is our pico to that park. It's who we are. So I asked the commissioners today that, like you said, we think housing is important. So is a place where our kids can gather and play and be safe. What was promised to us back in 2005, and that the VOCA was meeting with the department according to documents in 2004. We want our voices to be heard. Both issues are important, and there is always an answer. So we ask you to support meet with Walter and the community, because I can tell you, Kaupea community, we as Pa'a, no matter what challenges come our way, when it's time for us to come and bring it together, I can tell you that we've seen that park bring us together. That's the only piece of land. Kanihili has a park. Ka'uloaka'i has 3. Maluai has a community center. We have nothing. We have to walk across a busy highway where the last 18 years, I see our own keikis get banged for one car. Our own homesteads get crashed. Because you look at that intersection, you can't put a stop sign until it's developed. So please support the park, but more than that, support the people, the beneficiaries who you serve that was promised that. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, are we on this center now? Okay, as we approach the lunch recess, the commission must transition to the scheduled contested case hearings. We anticipate being able to hear approximately 2 or 3 more J agenda testimonies before recessing. Testimony on items J12 through J19 will most likely be heard after the lunch recess. Because the length of the contested case hearing is difficult to predict, we ask that you please check back at approximately 1 p.m. for an update on when the commission will resume the J agenda. Okay, mahalo for your patience and understanding. Next is J8, James Maioho.
Aloha, good morning. Thank you for the time. I think for the sake of brevity, there is a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm not going to utilize it. I don't like them, and I think it'll be more efficient if I just read some of the executive summary from what I'm putting in front of you into the record. But I need to do a little housekeeping first. One, though I'm kuhi po'one for the Royal Order of Kamehameha, I'm not speaking for them today. I had the installation of a bishop on my calendar this morning. I remembered this meeting got bumped, so. Secondly, I'm speaking as the principal of Tiai Iwi Alakai, who is a registered lobbyist, as well as a beneficiary to my father and to my wife, who was one of the 815 from this last Saturday. And I really have to commend the chair for, it was a really well organized and run event, very efficient. You know, there wasn't a lot of stagnation, and some of the creative workarounds done with the CMs, the GMs, and financing in order to offer these bigger number of lots. So I'm going to share a little bit of my CV just so you know where I'm speaking from before I give my ask. In my continental professional life, I spent a number of years of working in construction, as a consultant, as an employee of Caterpillar for a long time, as a developer of dealerships, as a paver of roads, and as the chair of a large city commission for the city of Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is a 1 million+ city. So community planning and things. So I do understand, you know, the development track. And I think it's great, the year-over-year progress that has been made in the numbers of these pre-commitments. It still leaves a gap between encumbered dollars and actual heads on pillows under roofs. And what I'm putting in front of you again today, I presented this earlier this year, is a parallel solution to that gap. And then when I'm with that, I can answer any questions and give my ask. I also want to touch briefly on something from agenda item C3 before I'm done. That's exceptionally important. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act established a public trust dedicated to the rehabilitation of Native Hawaiians through the stewardship and productive use of trust lands. More than 100 years later, that responsibility remains unchanged. While the methods of fulfilling the Act's mission may evolve to meet changing circumstances, its foundational purpose to rehabilitate Native Hawaiians through a trust relationship with the land remains the Commission's guiding obligation. Today, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands faces 2 realities simultaneously: Thousands of qualified beneficiaries continue waiting for permanent homestead awards, while many Native Hawaiian families experience homelessness, housing insecurity, overcrowding, or temporary displacement. At the same time, portion of the department's trust land inventory remain unavailable for beneficiary use while awaiting planning, environmental review, permitting, infrastructure, financing, or future subdivision development. Although these lands are not yet ready for permanent leasing, they continue to generate reoccurring costs for inspection, maintenance, vegetation management, wildfire mitigation, security fencing, illegal dumping removal, and other stewardship obligations. These carrying costs are incurred regardless of whether beneficiaries are actively engaged with the land. This proposal asks a single policy question: can carefully managed beneficiary participation transform a portion of these unavoidable carrying costs into meaningful rehabilitation opportunities while strengthening stewardship of trust lands and preserving the integrity of the permanent homesteading program? This report does not request approval of a new program. It does not propose changes to lease priorities, beneficiary eligibility, or the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act itself. Instead, it recommends that the commission authorize a structured planning effort to determine whether a limited rehabilitation continuum pilot is feasible, legally supportable, fiscally responsible, and consistent with the trust's fiduciary obligations. The Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is fundamentally a trust. Its purpose extends beyond the conveyance of residential lots. It is charged with rehabilitating Native Hawaiians through responsible stewardship and productive use of trust lands for the benefit of present and future beneficiaries. As trustee, the commission bears a continuing fiduciary responsibility, not only to protect trust assets, but also to evaluate opportunities they may better fulfill the trust rehabilitative purposes. Good stewardship requires both protecting trust resources and continually examining whether those resources can be used effectively in service of beneficiaries. Permanent homesteading remains the cornerstone of that mission. Nothing in this proposal alters that principle, rather recognizes that rehabilitation is often a process rather than a single event. Beneficiaries may require different forms of support at different stages of their life, ultimately receiving and successfully maintaining a permanent homestead. The proposal, therefore, explores whether immediate rehabilitation tools carefully designed, limited in scope, and subject to commission oversight can strengthen beneficiary outcomes while preserving existing safeguard of the permanent homesteading system. So in a nutshell, what I've put in front of you is a pilot program that through right of entry permits offers 3 different utilizations of these unmanaged, unmaintained inventory. There's 100,000 acres of this. The structure in coming up with this, I worked with folks at OHA and discussed deeply with the Department of Interior, and I'm getting support from both. What I'm asking for is for you to authorize a PIG, a group to look into the feasibility of this, to look at the GIS so we can determine some TMKs to further drill down into the feasibility of doing this. There's really no downside to you folks approving this. And working with people at OHA under Elena Pardon's group, I can get assets and money from them. What I need from you is an approval to take to their board, because it's kind of out of their system of awarding money, and present this to their board to get the funding just to investigate this further. And I'll be keeping Interior up to date on these things. I've given language for a resolution that's really has no downside and no net negative cost effect to you. In fact, in the 35 or 40 page white paper that I gave you via email, it has a lot of the rough numbers and sloppy math to make the argument that by putting Hawaiian hands back on this land and letting them doing some of the cleanup, much like Manaole is doing or Ainamaluhia is doing. There are different tracks, as well as having an area for when there are these reoccurring beach sweeps for these people to be in a very transitional position. But it puts, people back on the Ina and hands in the dirt. And I'm measuring that as the benchmark and not encumbered dollars as the benchmark. So, I mean, ideally, you would read this, somebody would put in and you'd vote on it today. That would be my ask. I can answer any questions about that. But before my time runs up, on item C3, to piggyback on the broadband thing. Recently, there's been a conversation I've been brought into, an issue I've been looking at for a long time with some people from MIT, and that is the 5 broadband licenses you have for airspace that are going to expire in October because of possible lack of performance for construction build out. And I'd ask that you make that a priority. I know there's an outside group having conversations with Jaren. I've been brought into that. And I think with an extension, I have some really great fiscal arguments for monetizing that. That can fund a permanent growth trust, much like the Alaska model, or things along that nature. But those have to be preserved and saved. So with that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions? James, on your, I guess you're talking about like a Kauhale type development, similar to what the state is doing across the state. They have a homeless, I guess, administrator that's running into a little bit of accounting problems, but the idea of having these sites, we've looked at doing similar things, and that Uluvehi project in Maili, that 80 units were converted into 40. We're actually in the process of doing the renovation work, and there's a multi-service center in the middle. In addition to that, we just finished the Kumu Mamo homeless shelter, where we have the, I guess, a dormitory facility. And we're also looking at doing some, Ohana units. We have over 8,000 residential lots. And, see, for me personally, I don't like a concentration of homeless all in one area, with a community bathroom, and, that it's kind of not really embraced by the surrounding community, versus empowering the community by putting in these Ohana units, which are attached to the existing homestead or residential, and empowering that homesteader to actually have a place where they can maybe house a sort of a displaced or abandoned family member in a new unit that expands the existing homestead facility. And the Ohana units, or ADUs, or supplementary rental units that we can do legally, as well as allowed under our rules, there's funding. Is that something you would be interested in participating in and exploring?
I'd be happy to help in any way that I'm needed. Sure.
Yeah, because we've talked with various individuals, including staff of assigned to take a look at that. But that's something maybe we can explore. I do want OHA to, they're good with funding, so I want to try and grab some of their money so we can use it for our beneficiary. But I also want to, when the fact is, we have about 1/3 of the homeless are Native Hawaiians, and a lot of them are people that have abandoned existing homesteads because it's just too overcrowded, just too many people living in one household with limited facility. So the idea of actually supplementing and putting in a Ohana unit, and then also we have our Nahaza funds where we can provide rental subsidies. So there's a variety of funding as well as sites that we could do. And that would really entail going out to the different associations, the communities, identifying potential participants. And, I think that would be something that would really be supportive. I'm not quite sure, but when you talk about identifying parcels, we already have over 8,000 parcels that could be, you can either do a standalone ADU or a attachment, or you could partition the upstairs from the downstairs, create a separate entryway. So there's ways to do it, which not only empowers the beneficiaries or existing homesteaders to take on that responsibility, but invariably, when you're dealing with homeless, the people that can best help them is Ohana, because they'll follow through. They have a commitment, they have that passion to try and help a brother or sister or whatever. And so versus just having a collection of one unit homeless shelters that's kind of stuck together and somewhat limited. We do, like I mentioned, have some homeless shelters that or transition, I like to call them transitional housing, because they eventually, hopefully will migrate once they've kind of been prepared from home ownership. Then they can go into all these different new homesteads we're building. So let's talk story, and then I have your contact information. I'll put you in touch with some of our staff to maybe explore this. Okay.
Very good. I appreciate that. Thank you for your
Any
time.
other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, Skippy, you only. Skippy?
Yes.
Hello, hello. You can hear me?
Hello?
Change the dog. Change the dog out of here. How's that, Capo?
Oh.
Get out. That's my guard dog. Okay. Aloha, commissioners. You know, I listen to you guys there. And you guys get my respect because you sit there and you listen to the Ehanue o Kalahui. Whoo! In my heart soul, I listen to all these connectors. But I get my own pilikias too. So I like talk two things while I'm here. I get your attention. And Kahana know, because now in our village, we had one gate. Then everything was good. Then the tweakers came in and they went broke the gate. Yeah. Then we went, go broke the tweakers' house. And we was working on the second house, we was going to tear them down. And we got notice from the department to cease and desist because it's vigilante. So when the tweakers found out we couldn't respond to their ignorance and stupidity, now they're more strong, they're more brazen, you know? So now inside there, because the gate open, we cannot control the traffic. So now the tweakers coming in there and now they're farming Fords, Chevrolets, and Toyotas. And all the tires, they're selling tires. And it's all the tweakers. So they come in at night, you know, and then daytime, you don't see nobody. So you ask Kahana and the enforcement for you guys' department. We've been trying to close these gates for about maybe 5 years, you know, 5, 6 years. We're trying to stop the inflow of the tweakers. And from them tweakers, now they're starting to cut trail. Well, next time you guys come, go drive. They're starting to cut trails now because it's we don't can enforce them. And when we went try, we burned the house, we got scolded. So I like bringing it to you guys' attention, Kahana, again. This about 9 or 10 times I talk to you, Kahana. I love you, Kahana, you know. You are a lot to love, but you kind of, you know, how many years now we've been trying to get this figure out, you know? So here we go again, because I listened to all the Hawaiians before me. Then I give up. I'm not going to give up. Come on, we need enforcement in there and clear all the rubbish out and all the cars. They say make a market in there with stolen cars. Okay, that's number one. Okay, Kahana, I know you hear me because I saw your face. Okay, number 2, the geothermal. For us, my family, Pele's middle name is Kanakaole. That is our family there. Pele, our family. That's my tutu lady. It's my ancestor. My grandfather talked to her like she alive. I mean, she alive, but he talked to her like they're right there, face to face. That's how us was raised. And that's how my grandfather teach me. You don't need to talk with your mouth. If you don't can chant Hawaiian, use your feet. You touch the top of the earth, and then you talk to the pele. So for us, our family, the geothermal is very disturbing for us because you say hana ino my kupuna. Okay? Number two, the human beings need for greed. That need, while the planet bleed, we're going to destroy our own birthday cake. You know what I mean? Because the environmental, well, the residual of the environmental impact from all these, you know, so much need to for energy without, in my opinion now, and when I listen to you guys talk, I miss 3/4 go in one ear out the other. That's why I know you guys are akamai. You know, and you guys know how to add past fractions. But how may I look at it, man? That the residual effects of this too much what do you call development going to affect the earth, Mama Aina, for the future generations. And then if you ever and Mikey know Kaiki he know, I aloha that brother. But you know, well, the first time they were in Beulah, I made the policeman chase me in the forest, but I got caught. But the thing is, the effects of all of that, the fumes, and where they're gonna put all the water, the fracking. I'm concerned about that. That the planet gonna bleed for the need for the humans' greed. Okay, so then I'm against a geothermal on those two bases. One, as my family, and two, I think you negotiate in the future generations are right to a safe planet. Okay. Let me think. Anything else? No, that's all. That's all I get for say. But I like to say, I listen to you guys there. 2 days down, I was over there yesterday. You guys get my respect. I mean, for sit there and listen to the pain and the agony, it's hard. You know, even me, I was listening to you guys this morning. Broke my heart. But anyway, that's all I get for say. Thank you for your time. Kahana, we need enforcement. Wiki mira. Okay, goodbye, Apau.
Okay, thank you, Skippy.
Are you to the most?
It's J10, Rose Hattori. Rose Hattori.
That's wrong. Or to Sharlita Mo.
Shalita Mahoy.
And then Kukua.
Aloha. Aloha, good morning. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. 10 minutes, we'll try to keep within that time frame to share the pain and the suffering that we have been going through for over 1 year now. I'll let them introduce themselves and I'll.
Hello, my name is Charles Mahoney Jr.
Can you speak right in
Charles Mahoney Jr.
There you go. Yeah, I just got it.
I currently lease at 89050 Haleakala Avenue in Nanakuli as of January 2025.
And I am Marissa Diaz, second oldest of 13 to Charles.
Again, thank you for allowing us this opportunity. The purpose of us being here today is we're coming back to ask the department and the commissioners for help. A year ago, when the lease was transferred, the successorship was transferred to my brother. My dad was the leasee, it was transferred to Charles Lincoln Naoni Jr. We were told we had to do all of these things. We had to go to court to get an eviction because we have a sibling who is currently and has been since last year living on the property. And we have done so. We have a case. It is still pending, but we do have a case. We have hired an attorney. to help us. So with that being said, you know, that's a few dollars that has been going into this for over a year. We attended a hearing back on June 24th of this year, which was very disheartening. That's the least I will say. Chairman, I just want to say one thing about that particular instance. We're not too with all that goes on, but we sat in and we listened. I'd like to ask you, Kali, when you send someone to represent the beneficiaries and the department, please send your very best, please. Because what I saw and I heard that day was sad. And I'll leave that there. So from the day the property was transferred to Charles, he has not been able to enter the property at all. So although he has continued to pay the mortgage, the taxes, the property insurance, he has not had access to the house at all. And we're asking you for your help, your enforcement team, however you can help us. It's not fair. You gave it to him for what? Can you imagine passing that house every single day? The home my parents built with their hands. Not being able to go in to grieve for them because both of them are gone. How would you feel? I ask all of you, take a moment and think, how would I feel passing that house and I cannot step not 1 foot in? We call HPD, you have no right. We show them documentation, you have no right. And there are things that are going to be happening. Deputy Attorney General is well aware of it. Before that happens, can you help us? Can you help us remove her from the property before anything else goes any further? Can you help us remove her from the property and give us the chance to sit in the living room and grieve for our parents, both of them that are gone now? Now, I just want to share a few things. When my dad and my mom passed, it was my brother here who brought the documents to Hawaiian Homes, the death certificates that showed both parents passed away. Why did he do it? Well, he knew he was one of the successors. But one sister who is living there now, she was there when my dad turned it over. So she knew very well what was my dad's wishes. Why didn't she take my mom to have all that paperwork done before my mom passed away? The burden is not on any one of us to do it. I tried to take my mom. I said, come on, Mom, you got to go take care of your kuleana with Hawaiian Homes. She said, you leave it as it is. That is what Daddy wanted, and it is his last wish. So what's important? What is more important? What's important is that that is what my dad wanted. My mom first, and if my mom could not, then it would go to my brother. We followed, we did everything we were supposed to do. Today, he is the leasee. But we come to you asking you for your help. We want to get into the house to sit there. Everything is material. There's nothing there. She's taken everything, and whatever she did, I don't know, with my parents' property. My mom and dad had a will. I was the executor. What can I do? I can't do anything. I have no access. But that is our ask today. 3 minutes, 29 seconds, sorry. Marissa, sorry. But that is our ask today. That's the reason we're here. We've come before you a year ago. We walked away very pleased that it was transferred to him. It took a little time, but that's okay. The end result is it was in his name. And we prepared to go in and do the things our parents wanted us to do, only to find a wall. And we've not been able to go through that wall since then.
So I plead with you guys to please use your authoritative powers to help us remove her from the home. I believe my dad's name being on the insurance, that's a liability. And with the gatherings that she has with big water slide, a larger amount of people, that's a liability that will go on my dad. So I just plead with you guys to please help us.
Give you on the executive session or should we have? Why I believe we can civil. And get all rid of it. Oh, is it contested? Okay. Okay, apparently, in talking to Deputy AG, she indicated that the case is being remanded for a contested case hearing.
Yes. Yes.
And so with respect to you receiving the lease, that's being contested is the successor by your, is it your sister, sibling? And so, but at present, who has the lease? Or have we designated him as a successor right now? And the other side is contesting it. So he is the lessee,
He
technically,
is the leasee as
The
of right now.
homestead lessee. So, yeah, so I don't see why you don't have the right to go into civil court, request a writ of possession, and then get the sheriff or somebody to enforce it to get him out or her out.
There is a
Then-
case, Chairman.
Yeah, okay, there is a
Currently have
civil
a
case.
case going on, but there was some sort of, whether it was at the right court, civil court, I'm sorry, I'm not
Yeah, the civil court.
to all of that. So we did pursue it.
Okay. So do you have a writ of possession or you can execute it and get them
Attorney
out?
General might know more better to explain it. I'm sorry, I'm not.
My understanding is that there's a stay, what's called a stay in the eviction or writ of possession proceeding, and that stay is pending the outcome of the contested case. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're kind of in a bind right now that you folks, because the writ of possession has been stayed, right, your court proceedings have been frozen, yeah.
So what about the contested case hearing? Do we have somebody assigned and ready to move?
The the commission's decision regarding the contested case was appealed to the circuit court. And the circuit court remanded it back, meaning that the circuit court reversed the commission's denial of the contested case request. And so it's pending contested case. I believe Leah is waiting to be served with the order from the circuit court. But everything, to my understanding, is lined up as soon as that comes in.
To move forward on the
Yeah,
contested case
to move
hearing?
forward with the contested case.
Okay, so I guess you heard what was said.
Right.
So we're looking to move forward on the contest. Unfortunately, the court said no. You guys, the commission said no, we'll acknowledge. They appealed that and the circuit court reversed that, saying that we have to give a contested case hearing to your sister. So we're waiting for receipt of that, then we'll proceed with the contested case hearing. Just present you, and obviously we first go around, we gave you the lease, so I anticipate it'll probably be the same. Hearings officer would, unfortunately, this process is very involved, takes time, and I apologize for that, but that's what controls and kind of guides us in this process, especially with this other side. I'm sure they have a different story, but we have to go through it, and we have the court directive that we have to honor and move forward. But we are prepared to move forward quickly so we can resolve it as quickly as possible. But even that, whatever the hearings officer rules, will have to come back to the commission. We have to approve it. Then I don't know. Does they have a right to appeal that? They have a right to appeal that. Is there any way you guys can work it out?
No.
No. Okay. Well, then you got to go through the process. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I also just want to make one suggestion. I'm not sure how detailed you guys are with, when people come to sign the documents, successorship form, but had we known what we know today, we may have done this differently then.
in what way?
In getting my mom to come and take care of her kuleana. Because as you get into all of it that has gone into this, you're gonna see that things will need to change in the process on how you move forward in transferring. And your Attorney General can talk to you guys about that, at your own time, but there's gonna be changes made. From what I understand, when I sat in the courtroom, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna let the Attorney General explain to you all at another time about the process, because I believe what I heard, there needs to be changes in how the transfer was processed. Had we been more aggressive in getting my mom here to take care of her kuleana, we probably would not be here today.
Yeah, see, that
But we don't-
that's unfortunately on your mom.
Yeah. It's
So-
not my mom. It's not my mom. I mean, anybody could have taken her. My sister, my sibling who's in the house, she could have taken my
Yeah,
mom.
yeah.
Any one of us could have. I know for myself, she refused. She said, no, leave it as it is. That's what your dad wanted. What's important? What my dad wanted, not what I want, not what he wants, she wants. It's what my dad wanted. So, yeah, I'm not, thank you. That's all I really.
Okay, so we'll get the process going as soon as we get that court
Okay.
notice, and then we'll get a contested hearing. We'll notify you, and then we'll try to expedite the process so we can move forward. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Follow.
Okay. Kapua, Pilikoa, Kamai.
Aloha o wau kapua kili I koa ka mai, no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awa mai au. I just want to thank you folks, all of you, especially our new commissioners again, because this is not easy. It's very challenging and it oftentimes hits our heart with the things that we can and cannot do. And so there are oftentimes where we disagree, but then we still have to hold on more for the rest of the beneficiaries and for the rest of the trust lands that we need to protect ardently with all that we can. Specifically, I am from Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association, Homestead Community. We celebrate and I speak as a lessee, not as a association member, which I am not a member of, board member at this time. But we celebrate our 50th anniversary next year. We are still working on that activity that we're going to do to celebrate it. But very happily, I've been on the homestead for over 40 years, minus 10 due to military service. Fortunate enough to return home and to obtain my own lease. Thank you to my dad's great planning and the generosity of both of my parents that facilitated that transfer of that lease. It grieves me to hear that, you know, our people are still having problems, even when the commission has done their due diligence in awarding it, and at the same time being grateful that if you're the one that is offended or did not get what you want, that there is due process that will allow you to hear that case again. And sadly, it does take time, but that is part of the process that we all have to learn and understand. In our Waianae Valley homestead, we have one of our kupuna, Auntie Georgie Navarro, who had come before you folks speaking about a cattle gate that ended up on her street without her knowledge, without her information, but there it was. And she came to the department and the department was moot on it. Fortunately, she went to our council member, to PD, and to others that actually got it removed. Now, it's sad when something is there, and I say that department was moot, but I don't think they were moot. I think the department must have had to have something to do with it because it was actually ground into the street. You know, so it's not something that somebody can just put up. I'm sure it costs several thousands of dollars for the materials as well as the labor to put it there. But it's sad when we come to the department and we, the person that lives on that street, which is actually a place, so it is a dead end, that couldn't get any answers. I mean, I have some thoughts on that as to why it's there, but I'm glad that it got removed because it didn't even our homestead president, our board was not informed that this was going to occur or why it's still there, because Auntie is a board member. And so, of course, she went through our board as well. But I would like to suggest that that time, that resource, that effort go into installing that type of gate at Koleali'i Place. That is the second access and egress to our Homestead Association. That street there is a illegal dumping site. So even when it has been cleaned up, it doesn't take long for it to get messed up again. And that's because people can enter at the top of our homestead, dump their rubbish, and exit the same way. But if we lock that gate up, that will either minimize it significantly or better yet, eliminate that problem. Because people will have to bring their Opala through the homestead. And people will notice who's coming in with a full truck and going out without it when you look like you've got trash. I mean, my husband and I, we look at trucks, especially the big heavy trucks that are going past Waimanalo Gulch, they're going past Lualuale Navmag Road is where we have PVT. And we're saying, where are these big trucks going with that full load that's covered up? And many of you may not be aware, but probably 10, 15 years ago, Kaupuni Stream, there was private property adjacent to it, which is right next to Waianae Valley Homestead, right next to our Kaupuni Park. They was doing illegal dumping because a private owner decided that they wanted to profit and allow for sludge, Hawaii Kai sludge, to come into our community. And so again, working with our councilwoman and other folks and other people making it aware, our councilwoman was able to address it and rectify that problem. So there's a lot of illegal activities that, you know, we have to bring it up, raise it up so that somebody can do something. And so we thank you and other elected officials when you actually take the action that's needed. And then when you can't take it, what we request is help me to understand why we couldn't resolve it. What will it take? How come we can't resolve problems? What do I need to do to resolve a problem? See, because that's the other part of it. It's not just us coming to you and expecting you to fix. It's us coming to you and having a thought on maybe what we could do. And if those are dead ends, then we ask you folks to help us to find that road to get there for resolution. I also want to thank you for awarding our Homestead Community Association the lease for a 3-acre property on Farrington Highway. And this is our first endeavor in a lease like this. So we really thank you because that property has been dormant for probably 20 years or so. It's been dormant for so long that it's even hard for us to identify where the utility lines are. So it's complicating projects like mine, which is a Waianae Sustainability Community Co-op, and projects like our West Oahu crematory from proceeding because we can't seem to find anybody that knows where these water lines, where these utility lines are. It seems that this property was transferred to us or given to us from the city county. So we're at a wall, and that wall is costing us time, costing us money. And to that extent, my cooperative is sad to say reduced, but we're still working on it. And so I want to thank you folks for your patience in allowing small new time entities like ours to proceed to try and dabble in this, because oftentimes we look to other people to do it, but there are occasions where a regular beneficiary can just come out, and working with the right people can be effective, can be successful in doing these things. I also want to thank you. I mean, I attend a lot of the meetings, and I think at this time, Commissioner Kalekini, you're the longest standing board member, since we don't have our Commissioner Namua with us anymore. So congratulations on that. Even though you're not kupuna status on the board, you would hold that as the senior board member, our commissioner. So, again, thank you, folks. I also want to thank you for the good staff, because even though I do not agree with what our chairman, all of his ingenuity is, he still allows us to have the discussion to see how we can move forward together. And, I really appreciate that, because that's how we as a people, we as a community move, is by helping each other to say, okay, this isn't working. Maybe can we try this? Maybe can we try that? Because there's other people in the room, or maybe who haven't even entered the room, that may have helpful answers and thoughts to any subject matter. I am also thankful to being able to host a geothermal meeting in our community this Friday. Thank you to Russell and others from the staff that will come out, because the 31st happens to be the end of the comment period, and I failed to acknowledge his communications via email because I have too much email rubbish. So I've given him my phone number, and amongst the staff, please share it if anybody has any questions for me, because you won't find it in the email until it's almost too late, if not past that time. There have been many subject matters that have come before you in these past 2 days. And this year, I would say it's not the ugliest, but it can get somewhat ugly, and that's sad. I think more times than not, it's sad. It's kaumaha. And so the fact that you folks take this on, I totally appreciate it. I do want to speak to transparency and access to information. When we have our Zoom, and we open up our packages, in most cases, when you open up a link and you go to a document, you can do a search and find. Now, in 594 pages of this month's package, I could not find the attachments, the agendized items. So when I look up geothermal or when I look up Genesis, all I found was Genesis in the short agenda, but I couldn't find it in the fat package. And I know it's possible because when I open up other packages, I can find them. And actually, when I was doing something and looking up the package, oh, sorry, real quick, I did find how I could do it. And by looking at that document that opened, by moving my mouse to the bottom, there is a plus, minus, and some other symbol. I hit that other symbol, and that symbol allows me to do the search and find. Now, I had to find that myself, and I'm not techie. It's almost like every time I do something, it's almost like it's the first time. So if somebody knew or had that information, I would have appreciated. Auntie Kapua, here's another way you can do it. And my time is up. So I want to thank you folks for your service and really, really for your hearts and your answers. Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's not showing. Yeah. Recess.
Okay, we're gonna go into recess and reconvene at 1:30 PM. What about the contested case hearings? We're gonna do that now. Okay, we're gonna serve lunch and then also do the contested case hearings now.
All right, hello, everybody. Demont Clyman Ole, co-manager of Ho'omanapono LLC, a native Hawaiian advocacy corporation operating out of the Waianae Coast. And I have a presentation for you folks dealing with the issue of gaming in Hawaii. And so I would like to be able to have my presentation up on the screen. That I might. While he getting that ready, I just like highlight what it's about. So I'm going to highlight three legal principles, three legal pillars, rather. I'd like you to keep in mind this case called Morton versus Mancari. It's a political classification. The Hawaiian Homes Commissioners Act is a political classification, not race. Hawaiian Homelands Gaming stands on separate constitutional footing from commercial gambling. So we are on a different lane rather than commercial gambling. The second one is Ahuna versus Department of Hawaiian Homelands, the breach of trust predicate. So we got 28,000 beneficiaries on the wait list, while the trust starves for revenue. The trustee's duty demands new revenue streams, and this is the one that requires no legislation or approval or no legislative appropriation. And number three, the illegal market concession. The 700 to 800 million illegal gaming figure already in the working group's own records. We talked about the working group that was at the legislature, yeah? The task force on that. They reported that there's Mike, what is his name? Mike? Okay, his brother. Mike Lambert, yeah. He reported that 700 to 800 million dollars they get in revenue from illegal gaming in Hawaii. Plus the 1 billion plus leaking annually to Vegas, the Ninth Island. This choice is regulated versus criminal gaming, not gaming versus no gaming. That's the choice that we get in Hawaii. So what we're talking about is a moral anchor. Because a lot of people like to say they don't like gaming because it's a moral issue. Well, the moral issue that I see is the wait list. That's our moral anchor. And so when I went to the last meeting in June, I saw the writing on the wall. Gaming is coming to Hawaii. The people that was on the panel, the discussions that they was having, all point in one direction that gaming is going to be a thing in Hawaii. And if gaming going to be a thing in Hawaii, then we should be at the table. We should be at the table either for to drive in the GGRs tax revenue, and that's the gaming revenue, or at least running our own gaming operation on our own homelands. So that's what this presentation is about. So I'd like to be able to go ahead and show you what I put together. We're speaking truth to justice, our lands, our enterprise, our waitlist solved. Beneficiary controlled gaming on Hawaiian homelands under Section 203, a trust beneficiary bill proposed for the department's 2027 legislative package. So I actually took the time to learn how to draft up bills. I've been working on that for some number of years already. I have a draft bill that I'd like to be able to present you, and I thought I gave them to Leah, but I got the email and see, did you get the July 4th one? You gave one to them, oh, okay, I did do it, right? So there's a draft bill in there that I'd like you folks to take a look at to see, if it's something, and of course you can run it by your Attorney General and work out the bugs to it, but I'm asking that this draft bill or something like it be submitted as the department's bills. When they come and ask us what kind of bills we like, well, I hear all kinds of bills going before, but this one will put us at the table. This bill is designed to give us a seat at the table when when and if the state decides, yeah, we like to do gaming, I want us, Hawaiian Homelands, to have a seat at that table to be able to do that. So let's go ahead and check them out. All right, one action, put the beneficiaries bill in the DHHL's 2027 package. The commission action, direct the department to include the attached beneficiary drafted bill, beneficiary controlled gaming on Hawaiian Homelands in DHHL's 2027 legislative package. That is my ask. Why the department? DHHL already solicits bill ideas from trust beneficiaries. This is that process working exactly as intended, a beneficiary proposal, fully drafted, ready for legal review. So you don't need to do the hard work. It's already done. All you gotta do is go over the language and whatnot to see if that's what you like to do. Why now? The Tourism and Gaming Working Group reports to the 2027 legislature. This coming legislature, they gotta do their report. Gaming will be on the table in January. The only question is whether a beneficiary bill is on it too. That's what we want to be. We want to be included in that discussion. Next slide. Thank you, brother. He's solid. Anyway, Hawaii already has gaming. We just don't keep the money. See? So I even got graphs over there, right? Spent by Hawaii residents in Las Vegas. You know, right there, the numbers is right there, over $1 billion. Illegal gaming rooms, statewide, 750. Now, this is not my numbers. This is the numbers that came out from that working group. Okay, so you don't have to take my word for it. You can just look at the gaming, the working group, and that's where I got that numbers from. Now look at that third one. Return to Hawaiian Homelands. Nothing. Of all that money, you know, and as much as people like to bash gaming, it's funny that every day people fly out of Hawaii to go Vegas. What they went to Vegas for? Not for a tea party, that's for sure, right? Okay, so that's that, right? Next slide, please. The wait list is the trust's unfinished promise. We got 28,000 plus beneficiaries waiting on the homestead lease. 100 plus years, to clear the wait list at present legal funding levels. 150,000 plus infrastructure costs per homestead lot before utilities up and upkeep, right? Just 100, it costs at least 150,000. Now, here's the thing, right? We've been begging the legislature every year. Every year, the department, you know, is on its knees begging for money. And one thing good about this administration is that this administration is coming up with different ways of being able to get funding for us, right? And this commission is also one of the most open commissions that we've had in the longest time, where your minds are open to bringing in revenue. Well, think about that moral problem that we have, which is the wait list. That's the anchor. So $600 million appropriation, Act 279 was historic, but it wasn't enough. And by Kale's own estimate, when he went before the legislature, he told them we're gonna need more like 6 billion. You know what I mean? So this, you guys already know, I'm preaching to the choir. Next slide, please. Okay, the law already points here. Section 203, 204, available lands may be commercially used for the benefit of the trust. The statutory home for beneficiary controlled enterprise on trust lands. Ahuna versus DHHL, 1982, the state is held to the most exacting fiduciary standards of a private trustee, undivided loyalty to beneficiaries. Every decision touches trust assets. Admissions Act, Section 4, Section 5F of the Hawaii Constitution, Article 12. The trust is a compact condition on statehood gaming policy that invokes the trust, lands, and beneficiary needs, engages these duties, whether we are in a room or not. So where should we be? And right now, we are not in a room. The Tourism and Gaming Work Group reporting to the 2027 legislature includes 5 legislators 5 departments and private developers, and no HHC or DHHL or beneficiaries at the seat. Now, Brandon Maka'awawa was there. You imagine that. The sovereign nation of Hawaii, Bumpy's them group in Wamanalo, they had a seat at the table. And we didn't. We wasn't there. Next slide. Own it, don't host it. So $40 billion in annual Indian gaming revenue nationwide under IGRA because native nations own and govern the enterprise on their own lands. They get the action, right? What we reject, outside operators leasing trust lands at flat rent. If we're gonna run them, we're gonna run them our way. We're gonna run them and be in control of our own gaming. Beneficiaries as spectators and service workers. We reject that, right? We're not gonna be the spectators and we're not gonna be the service workers. We're gonna be the owners. Revenues justified by our wait list spent elsewhere. That's what we're losing. These are the things that we gotta reject. Huh? Oh, I thought you was looking. All right, what we propose, a beneficiary governed gaming authority on the 203. This is the hard work that you guys gotta do. This is your job to be able to come up with the authority on working on putting something together for how the department can operate that. Statutory beneficiary seats at all governing bodies. We gotta make sure that the trust beneficiaries have a seat at the table, that we are there. We gonna protect our trust and we're gonna fight for our trust. And then trust revenues dedicated by statute to the wait list, right? So that's what I wanted to talk about too, the GGR, right? That's the gross gaming revenue that I learned all this at that hearing. And that is the revenue that comes in, tax revenue that comes in. So at the very least, if the state gonna run gaming and they don't like we don't like them on Hawaiian homelands, but they're gonna run gaming, then we should have them in the bill that if whatever tax revenue the state get, we get one cut off of that. You know what I mean? Okay, next one. 5 pillars of beneficiary drafted measure. Number 1, beneficiary gaming authority establishes gaming on designated Section 203 commercial trust lands governed by the beneficiary controlled authority with HHC oversight. Again, and 2, statutory beneficiary seats, voting beneficiary representation fixed in statute on every gaming commission or regulated body, permanent, not discretionary. So if they're gonna make one body that's gonna be the gaming body that controls gaming in the state of Hawaii, we should have a permanent seat at that table. GGR tax and earn incentives, gross gaming revenue taxation with Singapore style tiers. Now the Singapore style there, I want to know what the hell is that? Singapore. Well, you get Vegas and you get Macau. What it is Singapore is off of the Macau one, but theirs one is a gaming environment where they not only have gaming, but they have theme parks and they have all kinds of like they're trying to do with the new Aloha Stadium. That's a classic example. Okay, I'm gonna come to an ending. Trust fund dedication, statutory fixed GGR percentage flows to the Hawaiian Homelands Trust Fund for waitlist reduction and homestead infrastructure. RAID proof, you can't touch it. It goes right into the accounts that you can't touch. And then responsible gaming and enforcement, dedicated set aside for problem gaming treatment, prevention, and shutting down the illegal game rooms harming our communities. And we have that problem already on Hawaiian homelands. That's the job that Dave them do, right? They're shutting down all these illegal gaming rooms, right? So it's affecting us. So if we get involved with this, we're not only going to be able to address that problem of gaming on Hawaiian homelands, but some of the funding going to be going towards helping people who get gaming problems, addiction. We can run money for that too. And then the next one, I think that's the last one. Almost done, yeah. Illustrator of the GGR allocation under the bill. Here's my percentages all right there for you. Where we're going to put the money. 60% to the INA and the list. Harms funded honestly, a dedicated set aside treats problem gaming and funds enforcement instead of pretending prohibition is protected. And then percentages set aside in statute, we're gonna take care of that, right? Framework from Ho'omanapono's report to the working group. Cause I sent them a report myself when the thing would end. Next one. Thank you, bro. Okay, the path to 2027 runs to this room. July 2026 is where we at. I'm making the pitch to you guys. August to October, the DHHL legal review, drafting and refinement and beneficiary consultation on the measure. You can put that on the agenda. And then November to December, bill finalized in a department package, working group report submitted to the legislature. And then January 2027, sessions opens, beneficiary bills is on the table the same day, the gaming debate begins. And we will be there every day, every time that this bill come up. You know, we're always there at the legislature anyway. Direct the department, so this is what I'm asking you guys. Direct the department to include the beneficiary draft gaming bill in its 2027 legislative package. Now, I don't believe that I get the answer to everything, but at least I've given you something that you can look at, that you can think about, and you can discuss amongst yourself, and you can tell the department, you know what, let's include a gaming bill. Don't have to be this one, but can be something like it. You know what I mean? I don't need my signature on that for it to be admitted to the legislature. I just want something like that done. So I'm asking you guys to think about that. Anybody get any questions about the presentation? Any reservation about gaming?
Come on, I don't have any question. I just want to say great job on the presentation. That was really well informed.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
I don't want to give any personal opinions, but I will say, very impressive. Love the data. And certainly if there were any efforts to move forward with this, I would expect that DHHL would be not only having a seat at the table, but would get the lion's share of whatever revenue would be generated should that ever make it through.
Right.
Because to me, I do believe, and I can agree that were there any gaming activities, it really should be this trust that is the lead beneficiary to any of that.
Right.
We saw proof of that at last year's Native Hawaiian Convention. I'll just leave it at
Yeah,
that, but
no.
mahalo for the work.
I agree with that because I'm a close friend of Kuhio Lewis, the guy that puts on those conventions, yeah. And we run those things all the time. We talk about that, right? And I just tripped that we're the last people on the bus. We get the last seat on the bus, or sometimes not even a seat. So yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Anybody else?
I'm very impressed with your efforts on taking the time to put this together and even drafting up a bill. It's really, really impressive, and I would hate to see if this did come to pass and we don't have a seat at the table, because we're the ones that's suffering the most.
Right.
And so we deserve to be at the front, and so I appreciate your work. There's a long road ahead of something like this happening, but I think the conversation needs to be had that Hawaiian Homes has a seat at the table. When
Right
and
on.
if.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, nice presentation, Demont. So you remember some years ago, the department did have the gaming initiative. It didn't go far, but I mean, there's other bills that was submitted last session too. So I agree. If we're in a pretty good position, you know, if gaming does occur here,
Yeah.
we need to be at the table.
Exactly. You know, and I want to address that. That's the reason why I said that I'm talking about the moral angle. Because people like to come about with the morality stuff, right? But it's immoral to have the wait list still in existence over 100 years. That's the most affront to us. And that's why I think this is important.
Yeah, Demont, I guess after the elections, especially this coming legislative session, we're gonna address that gambling and us being at the table. I think you're right. We need to look at various sources, and that obviously, especially for the Indian tribes and the Alaska Natives, has been a very lucrative and impactful funding source. So we definitely want to consider and lobby for that. I personally am for it. So we
Right.
appreciate your support and input.
Yeah, right on. Thank you.
Bana,
One more. Go ahead.
just to let you know that your presentation is good. But in addition to that, I think, this year, we're one of the sponsors for the CNHA. This way, we wouldn't be one of the sponsor. We would be the sponsor for the CNHA. And that would be a big inclusion for the everybody.
Right on.
Yeah, we are a sponsor, so
Right on.
that'll be part of our presentation to explore that, geothermal and other sources, the conveyance tax bill, and just a variety of different sources. And we're also getting our lands activated and, with the extension of the TOD station, the rail, putting up some industrial parks, working with the community. There's a couple, we've identified 5 sites. We're going to try and empower the community to get them active in the revenue production side. And then working with the different ali'i trusts, including OHA and KS regarding geothermal development. So a lot of things on the plate.
Yeah. I appreciate that, but always remember that the trust beneficiaries, if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't even have one job, right?
That's true.
Us guys need to be included at the table and have our voice heard.
Sure.
And I appreciate this feedback that I'm getting from you folks. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Aloha.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I just want to add one real quick thing too, yeah. You mentioned all those other initiatives that geothermal, et cetera. So I know even like East Hawaii has an initiative to put a
Right.
bill in for some funding. Yeah, so maybe we'll hear about that. Sure. Perfect.
Yeah, so I wanted to, I'm glad that you mentioned that, because when I was talking to other trust beneficiaries like that, I get people telling, oh, about Molokai this and Maui that. I think that if we're gonna have gaming, I think the trust beneficiaries of each island should decide that issue for themselves. The trust beneficiaries of that island decide for themselves if they want it at all or if they don't want it at all, right? Or some part of it, not part of it, right? And I think that that'll empower our lahui to be able to make choices for themselves. So if you're gonna say, hey, you know what, we're gonna vote, we don't like them, then remember now what you just said. You know what I mean? Because the revenue gonna go to a place where the people need them, right? You cannot have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, we definitely have to reach out to our beneficiaries and listen in a meaningful way.
Right.
You're not going to have unanimous positions. I mean, it's obviously you're going to have the for and against. So, and
Yeah.
we'll deal with that too.
So I ask this question: if you don't like gaming, and you don't like nothing else, then what do you get to offer to bring in revenue to the
Yeah, that's a
to the
good
trust?
response. Yeah.
That's the answer. I like them answer. All right, thank you. Aloha.
Okay.
Alo.
Thank you.
Okay, the next J14, Kalani Akea Wilson.
We're gonna have to build a big airport.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Aloha. You got a little bit of light in the back, so your face is dark. I don't know if you want to close the door or the window, whatever. Either way, up to you.
Michael, you got the PowerPoint?
Yeah, there you go. A lot better.
Okay, aloha kako. First thing I'd like to share is it was very traumatic today listening to all the trauma from a lot of the previous speakers. And as a waitlister, waiting till after 2:30 to speak is just even more trauma. I've been wasting one whole half a day. I could have been working for you guys to get the funding in that we need so desperately to end this wait list. So if possible, if waitlisters can go before non-beneficiaries or waitlisters, because I heard a lot of complaining about people that already get homes. And we got to remember, I no more one home, I'm houseless, and waitlisters no more homes, and they houseless. So if possible, if it could be prioritized in presenting on the J agenda, that would be nice. So no naha nauna e hiki mai ana. That's the title for this presentation. And here's our ali'i, Prince Kuhio, Lili'uo Kalani, both thrown in prison, trying to exercise justice for all of us, so we don't have to go through what we're going through today. And in the middle photo is my daughter, Panana. She was in the Aha Opio group at the Native Hawaiian Council. And when I told her, hey, I'm trying these 3 bills in the legislature in 2027, she got all excited. And so she was the first to submit the bill for 7 billion to stop the genocide amongst the Aha Opio. So I'm really proud of her that she did that. And the Native Hawaiian Council put up 133 flags to signify the 133 years of illegal belligerent occupation. And that's international law, Hawaiian Kingdom law. But I'm here because I want to operate on federal law and American law and state of Hawaii constitutional law. Next. So 1959 Admissions Act, Section 4 is the compact with the United States. So that's super important of where we're at, and you guys' job as commissioners to understand that it's a high priority to make sure no waitlisters continue to die waiting on the wait list, because that could be construed as genocide. Next. So this is the oath of office that our new commissioners had to say I do to yesterday, because I've been on the F agenda since February and confirmed with previous Commissioner Makai Freitas, who's now the Democratic chair and also UH Board of Regents. Congratulations. I think that's awesome for the relationship moving forward of our jobs that we completed at the universities to advocate for recognition and tuition exemptions for all Native Hawaiians at all UH system campuses. Next. So what was the toughest in my dissertation was trying to prove the genocide and the intent to destroy and replace. So what I realized was the intention to destroy and replace actually occurred over 100 years and was inherited with the territory, with the governance. And if you look at the timeline, 1887, 1893, Republic of Hawaii, Territory of Hawaii assumes control of the territory from the Republic of Hawaii. And it's basically the same guys through the different governments from the Hawaiian Kingdom era all the way to today, the state of Hawaii. But the significant thing is Prince Kuhio in 1921 was able to get the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act really a part of the state of Hawaii Constitution, all the way to Section 4 of the compact. So I don't know how to re-emphasize that more, but that as Section 4, receiving the compact to become a state, the lawsuit of Ryan, really disturbing, because Section 401 and Section 402, the repealer clause and the separability clause, should just nullify that lawsuit trying to attack our commissioner and the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Next. So in 2027 DHHL legislative package, I submitted 3 bills to work in combination that's supported by a large community here in Hawaii, across all of the islands, and across Turtle Island already. So the title of it is Pursuing 7 Billion to stop the economic genocide. That's the next article that will be printed in the August issue of the Kavaiola. So be excited about that. That's coming out. And we got to remember the Native Hawaiian Council message was 133 years illegally belligerent occupation, which really confirms all of the research that I've been sharing over the past J agendas this year. Next. So Hawaiian Consultation Management and Assets and DHHL legislative package, they're supposed to work in combination. So the first bill for 7 billion, I would like to work with Ariana. We got the whispers of how to access the TAT to have annual funding. So I'm not sure how the wording needs to be, but I submitted that on time. And then the bill to amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act to allow for 132nd blood quantum, to open it up after all of the waitlisters currently are on the land, then we need to open it up for the rest of the Hawaiians to access this American law. And then number 3, the apology resolution that was signed by the Honolulu County Council in 2023. The state of Hawaii is the only entity right now that didn't apologize for their inherent part with the illegal overthrow. So these 3 legislations can work in combination to access the widest, broadest supportive testimony by 50%ers, waitlisters, and all Native Hawaiians to move this $7 billion bill forward to end the waitlist. Next. So this is the breakdown of the 7 billion bill that I put in. We have to put it in legislative order. I had some suggestions, but I figure work with the best and the brightest in DHHL so that we can ensure the win. Next. The bill to amend the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. Here's a few examples that we can also follow for that will pass in the legislature in 2027 and then take it up to Congress in 2028. Next. So apologizing is the first step. Recognizing that you're a part of the wrong that occurred in 1893, which created the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, is really, really important. And then the people will see the true colors of the legislature if they pass just a simple apology that the Honolulu County Council already passed, that President Clinton already signed into law, Public Law 103-150. It's only fitting that the state of Hawaii not only sign in alignment and apology, but also sign 7 billion so that no waitlisters will die waiting on the list. Next. So this is how we're going to achieve the 7 billion legislation. DHHL legislative package combo that will galvanize and inspire the Hawaiian community to submit testimony, but we need to prepare them. We have 5 months. The Office of Hawaiian Affairs articles that will be printed every month. We got July. And then the next one coming in August, and then the next one after that, political and cultural genocide. I'll introduce different aspects of genocide throughout the next few months to get everybody ready to testify in January, because I'm introducing this genocide discourse that could be construed as state-sponsored federal criminal acts, which is not good. So instead of going there, let's just put the waitlisters on the land as quick as possible with the funding needed for DHHL to do that. There's many Supreme Court rulings that already stated a breach of trust. Thanks, Manaole, for reiterating some of them. The Hoi Hoi Ea 7 billion in 2027 podcast that will feature the legend, Uncle Pat, Kahawaiola'a, that will start to educate everybody, hopefully every week, about different aspects of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, because at least for Hawaii Island, he knows the most and has been operating and exercising the most with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. So that'll be coming soon. Weekly podcast, Ho'i Ho'i Ea 7 billion in 2027, which will feature a robust social media structure, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, etc. If possible, we'd like to attend Hawaiian homestead meetings across the archipelago to start to unify the different homestead associations. We've already been unifying Kuhio's organizations on Moku'okeawe, other islands, and across the United States. I'm really excited for that because we're getting ready for Congress in 2028, where Native Hawaiians in 16 different states has the ear of representatives and senators to make the needed change in Congress. Next. So are we working together on these legislative packages? Email Hawaiian Consultation Management and Assets and the Hawaiian Humanitarian Alliance 501c3, Hawaiian Homes Commissioners 2026-2027, Department of Hawaiian Homelands Chair Watson and Department. And these are some of the cases that can be the foundation of the 3 legislative packages moving forward. Next. Chee-hoo! Mahalo. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it. And I'll be back next month to share more education. Look out for the articles and the podcasts that will be launching with the legend, Uncle Pat Kahawaiola'a. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Okay. Okay, thank you, Lon. Yeah,
Great presentation.
great presentation, guy.
Yep.
Keep up the good work.
Mahalo.
Okay, let's see. Luana Kealani, Hawaii County variances. And Shirley, Wahine Kapu.
Aloha Chairman and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Luana Kekiolani and I'm appearing before you representing my mother, Sherilyn Wahine Kapu, as her designated power of attorney for all matters related to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. In the meeting minutes from May, I'm referenced as Wahine Kapu, but my last name is Kekiolani. If that can be corrected, I don't know if it was already voted in. My mother is the beneficiary and lessee for pastoral lease numbers 9043 and 10155, located in the Ahupua'a of Honokaia on the island of Hawaii, where we've been ranching for 18 years with no water. We acknowledge receipt of the denial for a contested case hearing that my mother filed. However, we are urgently requesting a formal update on the status of her applications for leasehold interest regarding both of those same lease numbers. These applications were submitted back on December 10th of 2024. We must state for the record officially that although the department staff mistakenly time-stamped them with the year 2025, the actual physical submission occurred back in December of 2024. So this December will be 2 years. At the May Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting held in Kona, my mother was explicitly informed on the record that a decision had been made regarding her leasehold interest applications, that she would be receiving a letter soon with options. We have cross-checked and verified this commitment against the official meeting minutes from that meeting in May. Her mailing address on file with DHHL is current and up to date, yet no such letter has arrived. Because the commission stated publicly that a decision was made, My mother would like to respectfully request that a copy of this official letter and options be provided to her today. My mother wishes to place two critical rebuttals on the official record today regarding the findings in the denial letter. The first of which is that the denial letter states there's no proof that a staff member at DHHL took it upon himself to prematurely initiate the public notice process. With the commission convened in Waimea and Kauai High, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands provided clear education to my community about the process. And the representative said clearly that the process begins strictly with the family submitting a death certificate. We did not believe additional proof was required because the staff member himself admittedly explained directly to me how and why he requested a death certificate on behalf of our family. I also feel like at the beginning of all of these meetings, we always pule, so I don't really need to provide proof because it was openly admitted to me that this is what happened. The denial letter asserts the leases were not abandoned because the co-lessee held a power of attorney. A power of attorney, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that a power of attorney merely names an agent for decision-making. It does not equate to taking physical possession, active land use, or fulfillment of lessee obligations under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act policy. Finally, my mother previously submitted multiple public information requests to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands to gather the necessary facts to prepare her case. These requests were formally acknowledged by Ross Kana'i Kapeli'ela at DHHL. But we were informed that because a contested case hearing was on the table, that these requests would not be fulfilled. Under the Hawaii Uniform Information Practices Act, UIPA HRS Chapter 92F, as in Foxtrot, a pending or potential contested case hearing does not bar a beneficiary from accessing public records, nor does it suspend the agency's statutory duty to disclose that information to the beneficiary. Denying access to these records deprives beneficiaries of a fair procedural process to gather the facts and information that they need to defend themselves when they do get granted a contested case hearing. Now that the contested case hearing has been formally denied, which is fine because I don't want to present about this anymore, there is a zero legal justification to continue withholding those documents. My mother requests the immediate fulfillment of all pending UIPA requests. Furthermore, we strongly urge the Commission to mandate comprehensive staff training on two things: what a POA is, what it's intended for, its purpose and function. Number two is a comprehensive staff training on the Hawaii Uniform Information Practices Act. It is critical that all department staff understand that a pending contested case does not pause or restrict a beneficiary's legal right to access agency records. Mahalo for your time, attention, and commitment to fair process for all of the beneficiaries of Hawaiian Homelands. And I do welcome questions. I'm super irritated because I got up at 3 o'clock this morning, so I'm starting to feel the fatigue. But so first thing is, where is that letter that we were told was coming in the mail? That was May, and today is almost August.
Where is, it's not here.
So there's that.
One is outside.
And then we keep being told that there's not going to be any backtrack. I'm tired. I keep hearing that there's no decision on the applications for leasehold interest. And all of these years, we were told because there was a contested case hearing on the table. But now there's no contested case hearing on the table because it was denied. So then what is the status of the leasehold applications?
Yeah, maybe take them over there so they can sit and talk with the right people. We'll put you in touch with the people that can answer those questions.
We hear that all the time, and I bought a ticket to come here for the
Yeah,
answer.
so that's why I want to try and get you there.
Who is that individual? Okay, because we did go in there earlier and we tried to get the answer there too. Maybe if the bridge of communication.
Well, after this, I'll go with you.
Okay, mahalo. I appreciate it. I want to be done with this because I want to help protect this trust. I want to join you guys in saving our trust. We have big things on the table. We got to get past this kind of stuff. All this can be handled with phone calls and emails, but the phones don't get answered and the emails come back with, we're working on it. It's been 2 years. Thank you for all the work that you do.
Yeah, I believe we took action on that request for a contestant. We denied it. So that particular decision, it hasn't been prepared and so, yeah.
That is correct, Chairman.
Yeah.
That's correct.
You
Yeah.
received it.
We did receive
Oh,
it.
okay.
It's the applications for leasehold interest. She submitted both of them. When the staff member preemptively submitted the death certificate on our behalf
Right.
of our Ohana, went and got the death certificate and submitted it for us without us knowing. We saw it. I saw it on social media. I was very pu'iwa because we didn't know about that. And that's a whole other rabbit hole I won't go down. I feel like it's super unethical that that happened. But having said that, my mom applied the very next day. So within 24 hours, she submitted both applications for leasehold interest, including all the supporting documentation about experience, what else was on there, how she meets the qualifications according to the policy of the department. And that's what's so hard. We try to be so compliant. Like we even have insurance, we have RFPs, we have, we submit we're constantly in touch with our West Hawaii District Office because we want to look like we're compliant. But even when we comply, that isn't reciprocated. That's frustrating.
Okay.
And then it was denied.
Right.
I get it, but at some point, we're gonna have to address the fact that somebody from within this department preemptively started the public notice, because that is a ole. Mahalo.
What's the next?
Sorry, unless there were questions.
Okay, this particular witness is involved in litigation, so we should reserve and not have any responsive comments.
You face the next one.
Kenna.
Yeah.
Summer Gibson.
Not too late.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Then
Kenna. Oh, she's not on. Kenna's not on.
Well, I don't.
You don't see it. Okay, next. Kekoa Inamoto.
Which one?
Chair, you can announce these two people one more time because they're retreating.
Kekoa.
The second one.
Okay, or Carmen Guzman, Simpliciano, and then also Rose Satori. Are any of the three, including Kekoa Inamoto, on? And if not,
Is reading. Yeah.
okay.
Kapua has a public testimony?
Didn't she already testify? Didn't you testify already? Yeah, you want to testify another time? Okay, come up, come up.
Aloha kapua. I just want to publicly testify that we did have the gaming, which was introduced years ago. And the reason that a lot of the beneficiaries had concerns and opposition to it was because we didn't have the beneficiary consultation. And so that's the thing that we were missing. It's not that we oppose it. It's just that we need to make sure that we engage the beneficiaries.
Sure.
And so I'm just kind of really regretful that in these 4 or 5 years that have passed, that we haven't initiated that step in order for us to be where we want to be in the 2027 legislative position. So Waianae will definitely start having some
Okay,
conversations. Mahalo.
thank you. Okay, we have come to end of today's meeting. Our next commission meeting is scheduled for August 17th and 18th at the Hilton Garden Inn, Wailua Bay, Kapa'a, Kauai. The DHHL community meeting is scheduled for King Kamuali'i Elementary School on August 17th at 6:30 p.m. And again, I'd like to thank all the commissioners, especially our new ones, for hanging in there. And hopefully we're not going to scare you away, but thank you so much, including more importantly, all the old timers, especially the old one over there on the left. Okay, so we are adjourned.